Whoopsie daisy. Didn't mean to go live that early. Alright, let's get something on screen. Okay, there you go. Whoopsie. Didn't mean to go live that quick. Alright, give me 1 second. And we can get started here. Let's see if we can find a better visual than this here. Here's this one. Will do better. There we go. Let's put this one on screen instead. Alright, so we're now live. I'm gonna tweet this stream out as soon as I can get my shit together here. What's funny is that I think YouTube has finally caught on to Matt Christensen, because his stream that he does with Blonde I haven't actually seen on my feed for an incredibly long time, like a month. So unfortunately it seems like he's been hit by YouTube in such a manner that he's kind of done on YouTube, because I imagine it isn't going to stop with just that. You know, just that. I imagine his videos are not... I have seen all of his videos recently, but I've noticed that in particular his streams just don't show up, and I'm hoping that mine is a little bit different, because it seems like it's pretty up in the air sometimes whether people see my shit or not. I've had people complain in the past about not being able to see my content, but it seems to be a mixture of whether they can see it or whether it's a problem with not showing up on time, and then they see it afterwards, so they weren't available to see it just then, but they're able to see it later. Come on, Gab. Okay, there we go. For once, Gab doesn't fuck with me. So there is a few things to talk about with this, but unfortunately, most things are a bit bleak at the moment. The only thing that isn't is that it appears that with the war that's going on in the GOP, we're still winning it, and the GOP doesn't really seem to know what to do, so it continues that a bunch of people are still quitting the party. So that's fine, you know, that's fine by us, because the more these people that quit the party and just hover around and pump all kinds of money into NGOs and PACs and shit to basically campaign like Republicans against the Republican Party, which is pretty much what it is. And I have a whole bunch of examples of that. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to that tonight, but I have a whole bunch of examples of the GOP basically like trying to scuttle itself. And, like, the war on Cheney, like, Liz Cheney is trying to be like, I should be the voice of the party because she has some kind of leadership role. But she's, like, getting castigated and condemned by the Republicans in Wyoming. Like, it's basically the opposite of Georgia. In Georgia, the Republican Party is like, no, we want the Democrats to win, and we're basically going down in the ship. So here's another tip of the hat to any of you guys in Georgia. Your Republican Party are a bunch of fucking traitors from top to bottom. But in Wyoming, there's a couple tweets that I could show you. Here's one of like just some random speaker in Wyoming who's related to the party itself. Isn't just some Republican, but the party itself in Wyoming is going after Liz Cheney, and they're trying to basically force her out. Like they're taking measures to censure her, which is the first step in actually removing somebody or recalling someone. But it's pretty funny because she's like one of the people that our enemies, like our opposition, they view as like powerful, but in reality, like she's not doing well and she's going down, and it's funny to see. So I'll play this real quick.
At the Wyoming State Republican Party, calls on Representative Liz Cheney to immediately resign from her position and allow the Wyoming Republican Party to nominate her replacement, and that Representative Liz Cheney immediately repay her donations to her 2020 campaign made by the Wyoming Republican Party and to any county party that requires and requests reimbursement.
That's a short clip, but it's indicative of what's going on within Wyoming right now. She's risking censure from the Republican Party itself in Wyoming. So she's going to be facing that herself. So there's people in Wyoming that are part of the apparatus that are going after her. So she is not safe. She might be powerful and have like federal backing, like people in Washington, D.C. She might have backing there. But just because, like, you know, what's his face? Kevin McCarthy is a dick rider for her, and others are as well. That doesn't automatically mean she's safe. The problem is in a state like Georgia, where the Republican Party there is, like I said, like they're actively trying to make the Republican Party lose. That's where there's a problem. But Liz Cheney, despite what the news media say, she's not in a safe position. And I'm glad to see it. So it's funny watching this because it shows that despite everything that's going on that is bleak, and there is a lot of stuff going on that is pretty depressing and sad and whatnot in terms of the state of the nation, there's at least that Liz Cheney might go down. And I imagine she will be primaried. And it's just about whether they can find somebody who's potent enough to take her on, who is just, I would say go for as mainstream as a Republican that you can. Just try to get somebody who is a safe bet. That's really what you want. You want a safe bet. You don't want someone who's more radical like the Marjorie Greene. You don't want somebody like that to go up against her. You want somebody who's a stock Republican but who is a Trump Republican, who will say all the right things but be charismatic enough that he can make his position for why she's illegitimate and why their voice will represent the base and whatnot, and then just get rid of her in whatever it is, 2 years. I don't even remember when she was elected, but a year, 2 years, whenever it is that she's up for re-election, somebody like her is important to get rid of because it just sucks additional power out of the party and will benefit us greatly overall, generally. But aside from instances like that, where there's a fight going on in the party, and like I say, as far as I can tell, we are winning. We are winning this. There's another example that I could give you. What's his name? His name's like Kensington or something like that. Let me find it. Or Kinzinger or something like that. Here he is. Kinzinger. Kinzinger is this guy's name. So this guy is this guy right here, Representative Adam Kinzinger from Illinois. This is another kind of I want the Republican Party to lose kind of Republican. This is another guy who's already saying he's going to create a PAC. He's going to go after Trump Republicans. He's going to try to damage himself. And even the news media is saying that he is going to be primaried, and they're not even saying that he's likely to retain his position as being a representative in Illinois for the Republican Party. So this is somebody who we can get rid of, who is damaging the party, but he's not a Liz Cheney. He doesn't have, like, Washington, D.C. backing. He has the backing of the media because he actively wants the Republicans to lose. But he is somebody that we can defeat and force out. And he's just another, this is my whole strategy of bottom up tactics, and just keep lopping off heads. These people can't help themselves but stick their necks out and say, hello, everybody, I'm the Republican who wants the Republican Party to lose, and he just go out, primary them, and they're gone. And a guy like this, I don't see any kind of example of, other than fundraising, what he actually has at his disposal to retain his seat. And this is important going into the future for 2022 because you want the party to shift into the dynamic of being unrelenting obstructivists for the Democrats. so that they can obstruct everything for Biden, and Biden is left to just write endless executive orders for everything. And that will make him unpopular. It'll make him look weak overall because we'll be gaining and he'll be losing. And it will give us the best chance possible at doing something in 2024 to keep the party in the hands of the base and the Trump supporters and fight against the people who are continuously leaving the party, who are the neocons. And it's to the point now where I saw an article, I don't know if I saved it or not, but it was like, 10,000 Republicans have left the party or some shit like that. And the beauty of that is none of these people are Trump supporters. None of the people leaving the party are Trump supporters. It's all neoliberal, neoconservative types. They're the ones leaving the party. And we want them to leave the party. Person that I that follows me and that I communicate with regularly on Twitter sent me an article where he was talking about how NASDAQ is threatening to leave New York, or Wall Street is threatening to leave New York if they pass a transaction tax. So for every financial transaction on Wall Street, there's going to be a tax on top of it. They're threatening to leave the state, and that's good. That actively helps the Republican Party in New York State. It actively damages the Democratic Party by a huge degree in New York State. And that's the kind of thing that we want to have happen. So the beauty of it is despite everything that's going on, the Democrats are making they're making mistakes, and they seem to be really leaning into the progressive narrative and progressive policy, and that's fantastic. That's fantastic for us. I hope they continue to do so, and they do all that. None of it really hurts me. None of it really hurts us. And if, for example, Wall Street leaves New York, I mean, you've just lost the entire power center for the Democratic Party in New York. That is their primary contributors other than unions. Public sector employees, unions, and Wall Street. That's who owns the Democratic Party in New York. And with, taking out 1/3 of their fundraising base, well, that just actively benefits the Republican Party. It stymies the Democrats. And what you're likely to see in response to that is an upsurge of progressive retards in the Democratic Party in New York. And they're worthless. They're a dead weight. And it will just behoove the Republicans even more. So it's one of those things where I hope they do it. I hope they do it. I hope Cuomo is stupid enough to fucking do something like that, because then you're going to have, I don't even know how many, tens of thousands of rich people just be like, all right, I'm leaving. I'm going where the money is. Wherever, Wall Street goes, that's where I'm going. They'll just leave the state. And that's Democrat votes that are going to be leaving. So that's, there's positive things. There's positive things that are going on currently. And I guess I'll mention this before we talk about anything. We're going to, I think, dissect a cop video. I'm not sure when I want to do the copcast because I still don't have enough footage. But there was a cop video that got posted yesterday that I wanted to have a look at just for, today, because I thought it was great. I thought it's a great video. But I just thought I would. I went over and had food over. Had dinner with my parents, and it's about a 50-50 chance. Really, maybe even more. Higher than 50% chance that every time I go over there, I get into an argument with my parents, and sure enough, that happened today. And it was just funny because with my parents, they can have certain things that they can lean into to try to argue with me about. A lot of times it's fairly repetitive what's argued about, and it's really tedious. But today, I'm trying to remember what they said, but they brought up a political issue, and they're trying to argue it with me. And it's just one of those times where, based on their own experience in terms of how long they've lived and the fact that they watch NBC, so they think that they're fucking educated. I had my father say, well, the point of the news is to inform, and I just laughed at him. And I said, that just goes to show you don't know what you're talking about. If you think that the news media's job is to, because I've already told him, that fundamentally what the point of the news media is, like with YouTube, because I gave him a while ago, and this is one of the things that I've said to my parents before. I don't really want to get too much into it, but I just say, you guys don't listen to me. You don't listen to what I say. You don't take what I say seriously, so you don't really learn anything. You don't gain anything by just ignoring me. And I said to him in the past that the entire point of the media and how they're all owned by parent companies that are conglomerates that own all kinds of other companies, the point of the media is not to make money. It's control over information. It's dominance over a sector by which the tens of millions of Americans, maybe even more, hundreds of millions, get their information. It's the only access they have to information. It's about control. It's the primary function of the news media is gatekeeping, and that is a fact. Unless you are a fucking idiot, you have that understanding that that is the point of the news media. Gatekeeping information. That is the point. It's about control. It's not about informing the public or advertisements, because they don't make enough money to justify their existence based on advertisements. Only a fucking idiot living in the last century, which is one of the things that I've said to my parents, that you live in another century, you don't live in the current one, is that living in another century is thinking the news media makes a lot of money on advertisements, and that's what justifies their existence. It's not the fact that they have parent companies pumping money into them. Because, and this is the example I gave. YouTube is a $1 billion company. YouTube makes hundreds of millions of dollars. But the problem is that it is not solvent. It has always been in the red. It has never made money. And so I gave them this as an example with YouTube. YouTube has never made money. It has always been in the red. It has always lost money. But Google owns it. So why does Google voluntarily keep a company that does not make money for them? They don't have an answer. The answer is control. They get to control the largest online media platform that exists in terms of video streaming, whatever. The largest platform that exists that has billions of fucking users is YouTube. It doesn't make money, so why does Google keep it? Because it's about control. That is what it's about, fundamentally. You either understand that or you don't. And so, my parents said something to me to the effect of, they introduced a political topic that they tried to hang over me and act as though that I was uninformed about and that they knew what they were talking about. And so I said, you know what I'm going to do to show them up because they were being disrespectful towards me? Was I was going to demonstrate to them that they don't actually understand politics and that what they have is a very cursory and gate-kept understanding of politics. So I said to them, to both of them, I went full Commodore on them, and I said, I want you to explain what UBI is. And neither one of them knew what that was as an acronym. And I said, it's Universal Basic Income. Explain it to me. Explain to me what Universal Basic Income is and give me your opinion on it. And they said, well, I've not heard of that word before. I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, well, there was a Democratic candidate that ran during the primaries that had it as his main platform. And there is a lot of talk about it, about UBI, more than just the Democrats. And the guy who introduced it, who was in the primary, is currently running for the mayor of New York City. Explain to me what Universal Basic Income is. And they got all flustered and they looked fucking dumb. And that to me is just one of the things where my parents can argue with me about a lot of stuff and it can go back and forth, but it's just one of those things where they force me into the position where I have to essentially embarrass them for the sake of trying to show them, demonstrate to them, because they refuse to listen to me, that I may know more than they do about some things and that they shouldn't lecture me about certain things without actually asking what I do know and what I do understand. That's how if you want to argue with someone honestly and fairly, that's what's required of you, is the benefit of the doubt and to show generosity to the person that you're speaking to, not to condemn them, bicker with them, try to flex on them and shit like that. And especially in an area where I have a degree. So I just thought I would give that for some entertainment with you, because UBI is not something that is, it is something that you don't necessarily, it's about economics. So it is a difficult concept to really wrap your head around in terms of the impact and whatnot. But just the understanding of it isn't more than something that an amateur or a novice, as it relates to politics, would know of. You would at least have heard about it before if you're paying attention. Because I do know that during the primaries, there was news segments on UBI in the mainstream media because of Andrew Yang. Because he introduced it, they talked about it. So don't ever give me shit, boomers, about not understanding politics. Because I said this to my mother because of what she was saying to me. Because she was haranguing me about COVID and about getting a vaccine. And I already told her I'm not getting it. I don't care. She's like, well, you won't be able to fly. You won't be able to get a job. And I said, well, then I won't fly and I won't get a job. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get the vaccine. I said, I'll go work for some redneck, right-wing racist who doesn't give a shit about that, and I'll go work for him. I'm not getting a job at a place that's going to force me to get that. It's not happening. You're not coercing me into doing something like that. And she fundamentally didn't understand, and so did my father. He had no understanding that they were trying to argue that it was voluntary. And I said, well, how is it voluntary if they're forcing you to fucking get it? How the fuck is that voluntary? You seem to have a failure to understand the nature of what is and isn't voluntary, what the difference is between persuasion and coercion. There's a very distinct difference between those two things. And I just straight up said to him, one of them is a suggestion, the other is a demand. It's you need to and you should, or you ought to think of doing. It's not difficult to understand those two things. And despite their complaining about getting it, I said, it's available in the area. You can go get it. Why aren't you go waiting in line if you're going to die tomorrow from COVID? Why aren't you going to get a fucking vaccine? You're freaking haranguing me about this shit, saying that I'm going to be unemployed forever and all this shit because I'll be unable to fly because I'm not going to get a vaccine. But I said to them, if you're so worried about it, why aren't you getting it? Lead by example. Go get it yourselves. And they offer just, mumbles and shit about excuses about why they haven't done that. And I said it's because you and the state and everyone isn't taking this seriously. None of you are taking this seriously. You're haranguing me and moralizing to me about this, but no one is taking this seriously. No one. So don't get on my case about any of this shit when you yourselves are not doing it. It's like, I'm their child, they're my parents. The best way that you show what's important to you is not to speak endlessly about something, it's to go do it. That's how you teach your child something. That's the right lesson in being a parent, is if you're so preoccupied with something, go do it. Don't just endlessly harangue someone about it. And what was I going to say specifically about that? There was something that I said to my mother that was specific related to COVID, but I've lost exactly what I said in response. I talked about the churches being closed and how the state just did it and didn't care, and the churches didn't resist, and how they had no authority to do it and they did it anyways. It was about employment. I'm trying to remember what it was exactly about the vaccine. Oh man, I totally blanked on what my point was with that, because it's a good point about like the state of the government and the state of society. And oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, so I said to them that she said that you have to go do it, and I said that what you fail to understand about you morally lecturing me about this is because that's the only way they know how to argue is to morally lecture, because it's most people. That's all they got. It's their fucking one card they got up their sleeve on how to try to convince somebody through argumentation. And she gave me some moral lecturing about that. And I said that, if tomorrow the United States government just went out, like federal agents or police, somebody, FBI agents just shot 1,000 people in cold blood. Shot 1,000 people in cold blood. No provocation. There's nothing warranting it. There's no justification for it. It was just outright murder by the state. That she would not protest or say one fucking word about it because she would be afraid of collecting her fucking Social Security checks. And I said to her, you are in no position to ever lecture me about anything morally as it relates to government power and as it relates to my relationship with the state, when I know for a fact that the government could do something utterly barbaric and morally wrong and that you would never in a million years try to justify. But tomorrow, the day after it happened, you would not say one word about it, do anything about it, because you would be worried about collecting your Social Security checks. And, it's just, unfortunately, that is the state of the boomers. That is the state of the boomers. Like, they are basically fixated on, collecting they're basically focused on collecting Social Security, retiring, and they don't give a fucking shit about what else is going on. They don't give a fucking shit about anything else. They are just looking for those government gibs of Social Security, and that is fucking it, and they don't give a damn about anything else. So it's just one of those things where it's really hard to talk to my parents about anything political, because they are just living in another century. They're ignorant, and they've checked out. They've just checked out. They're looking to get those Social Security gibs, and they're looking to retire, and they don't give a fucking shit about anything else. So I gotta say that the boomers are just pathetic. They are just pathetic. They just don't care. And I know that we got base boomers on our side, but I am really, really, really tired of the blue-pilled boomers. They are so exhausting to speak to because they just retain nothing. They understand nothing. They know nothing. They retain nothing. They'll lecture to you but not listen to a word you say, not retain anything that you offer to them. They don't argue fairly. And it's like they have nothing to say, and like they have no ground to stand on with anything because the state can do whatever the fuck it wants and they don't care. They don't care. So, it really is just frustrating to me that as much as, and I've talked about this before, the difference between the millennial generation, like we have a lot of problems as millennials, as a generation. There is a stereotype about millennials that is true, and it's why it's a stereotype. But like debt slavery, that is an example of stupid millennial stereotype of like we go into debt to get a worthless degree and we can't find a fucking job. Aren't we the idiots? Where we could have not spent anything, learned a trade and be making, 6 figures a year. You could say that it includes me. About, I didn't spend that much money, thank God. But I still fall within the category of that stereotype. But the thing is that most millennials are switched on. Most millennials care about politics. Most millennials are, they try to learn things and understand things and try to, their politics are changing, even if it's in a bad direction. Like, we're trying to understand the world. We're trying to understand the nature of politics, the state, what's going on, who's elected, who isn't. Like, as bad as we are, at least we give a shit. At least we fucking care about tomorrow. It's just so irritating to me, to the degree of blue-pilled boomers, where it's the exact opposite. They're very concerned about the fact that they have their big fat 401ks, they got their pensions, they got money, 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 money. But what the fuck does it mean in the end? What does it mean in the end? If you live in a fucking illegitimate state, what does it fucking matter? You can enjoy your comfortable retirement in a fucking dystopia where your vote doesn't fucking count. Where elections are nothing more than a sham. Like, what should be your actual consideration? being the older people who are retiring. I mean, what kind of country are you leaving your kids behind in and your grandkids are going to grow up in? What kind of world are you leaving? And it seems like the boomer generation, unlike the silent generation, who really did care, the boomers don't care. They just don't fucking care at all about the state of the society they're leaving behind. They're just, I'm ready to retire. I'm ready to get my fucking 401k checks and my social security checks from the state. Fuck it all else. As long as I have money in my account, I don't care. And I just don't get it. Because you can't say that about Gen Z. You can't say that about Zoomers. You can't say that about the millennials. You can say the opposite of millennials, that we're too obsessed with the abstract. We're too obsessed with politics. And yes, I would agree. There's a problem with millennials in that. In narcissism and other things, the problem that there exists with millennials generally. But the problem I have with boomers is they are so fucking blue-pilled. They are so fucking blue-pilled. They are asleep at the fucking wheel of our society. Like, they have checked out completely. And it's so insufferable because I argue with them. I'm like, let's say I had a job. I got laid off. I got another job. What the hell would I do with the fucking money I would have? I can't go anywhere. I can't buy anything. I can't meet people. I can't enjoy the food. I can't enjoy them, go to see a show, go to a club, do anything. I can't do shit. I can't travel anywhere. I can't go to any live events. I can't go to any conferences. I can't do anything. What does it matter if I have $10,000 more in my bank account? What does it fucking matter? And I try to argue with him. And I know enough now that I can't scream at them. I can be antagonistic, and it's when I get frustrated and I find the conversation tedious that I argue with them. But they fundamentally don't get that it's like whether I'm collecting an unemployment check today or I got a job right after I lost my job last year. What would it fucking matter? I'm a fucking prisoner in my own home. I can't do anything. I can't go anywhere. There's no one to see. What the fuck is the point of making money when you can't spend it on shit? When recreation is just simply everything in your own home. And even that is restricted. About parties, barbecues, whatever the fuck. Birthday parties. There's restrictions on that. What is the fucking point of earning all this fucking money when you can't do anything with it? And it's just like they don't get it. It's like literally dealing with an NPC. And they literally cannot factor that into their mindset. They cannot factor that in to what other people could desire. I desire having all this fucking money for my retirement that I can't spend on shit because we live in a society that is under perpetual lockdowns. So I just wish they could project maybe my feelings as themselves and empathize a little bit and think, well, maybe the more pressing concern is that I can't do anything, I can't meet anyone, I can't go to events, I can't enjoy myself. What is the point of earning money to spend it when I can literally do nothing with it? And the thing is, they're like, oh, you seem so demotivated. You seem so dispassionate about finding a job. And it's like, yeah, the job market is fucking shit. It has been since last year. It has not recovered in the slightest. It is worse now than it was 6 months ago. It is worse now than 6 months ago. So yeah, I'm unenthused. I'm unmotivated. I'm dispassionate. I'm just looking at it. It is what it is, and the government's sending me checks. So fuck it. Who cares? What's the point? Because I'm just gonna get a shitty job that I hate. But at least the upside of having a shitty job that I hate is I can spend the money to do things I enjoy, but I can't do that. So what is my fucking motivation to go bust my ass in a job? With all the COVID restrictions on every fucking job. What is the fucking point? So, it is, the conversations I have with my parents, man, it is just grating. It is so brutal to get through. Because it's just like they fundamentally don't understand, like, what my issue is, why my perspective is the way that it is, and they're consistently, just constantly, like, worried about me running out of money. And it's like, I made money last year. I did not touch a cent of my savings. I put money into my savings. I have money in my checking account. I have fucking $35,000 in savings. You know, like, and that's after a year of being, almost a year of being unemployed. It's like, I've made all of my car payments. I'm just close to paying off my student loans. I've made all my mortgage payments. I've cut all the redundant services that I would have to, and I could even cut more if I wanted to. Like, I have money saved. I can make money online if I really put my heart into it, which I haven't. To be honest, I haven't done that. But even there, the whole thing is, money as a motivator is just neutered. It does not exist. There is no motivation to make a shitload of money, because what the fuck can you spend it on other than entertainment within your own fucking home? Like, if I wanted to, I could go spend $3,000 and buy the top-of-the-line PC tomorrow. I could go take $3,000 out of my savings, buy a brand new top-of-the-line fucking PC. What the fuck would be the point? Is there really much of a point in doing that? Is there really any incentive for me to do that? No! So it really just, it frustrates me to no end that it's like the job economy in my area is disastrous. And they're always telling me, oh, there's jobs here, there's jobs there, this place is hiring, that place is hiring. And it's like, you don't think that I'm aware of these places, like, hiring, but it's, like, always these scam jobs of, like, we're going to pay you $14, $13 an hour, but somehow you're going to make fucking $800, $1,000, $1,200 a week because we're going to have you working every fucking day. You're going to work 70-hour fucking weeks and your take home is $1,000 fucking dollars. That's nothing. That is fucking nothing. Like, just based on the gibs I get from the government, I'm bringing in like $700 a week just on unemployment. $700 fucking dollars. So for $300 more, I can work 70 hours a fucking week. What kind of incentive is that? It really is just, like, they just don't get it. They really don't get it. No one gets it. No one understands. No one gets, like, unless you are unemployed, you don't get. Unless, I mean, maybe you live in a nice area where there's plenty of jobs to find. But we are in the middle of a fucking recession. We've been in a perpetual recession, a state-induced fucking recession. And we have President Dementia and Vice President Botox in office who are not doing anybody any fucking favors in that way. Oh, man. Anyways, is that enough for everyone? Is that enough complaining about my parents? I know I've had some people say that I ought to not do that because it's a handful of things that I'm putting them on blast and I shouldn't do stuff like that. But I had one person DM me. They're like, wow, Louis, that was kind of disrespectful. I was like, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being disrespectful to them because they're plenty disrespectful towards me. And I don't give a fucking shit. As long as they're going to treat me with the level of disrespect that they do, then I'm going to go ahead and reciprocate that and put them on blast and, like, expose to you that my parents are a bunch of blue-pilled NPCs. Because I know that there's a lot of people that are in the same position as me and they find it very cathartic because their parents are the same fucking way or one of their parents is super blue-pilled. And they find it cathartic about me complaining about that. Well, see, that's the thing. One of the things somebody said in the chat, my parents said to me, like, well, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to run out of money and go on in welfare? And I was like, I just looked at it. I'm like, yeah. I said, yeah, I'm going to go on welfare when I have tens of thousands of dollars in savings. I own a brand new vehicle and all the other things. I own a home and all the other things that keep you from going on unemployment. Yeah, I'm going on unemployment. Day. I said, I like made fun of him. I'm like, yeah, day one. You know, I think it was my mother that said, I was like, day one, Mom. Day one. As soon as I run out of unemployment, I'm going on welfare. Day one. Just to make fun of her. Because it's like, what I said to him, what I want is I want Joe Biden and I want Kamala Harris and I want the Democrats pass UBI. Go past UBI, and then I'll just become an activist. That's what I'll do for the rest of my life. I'll become a professional activist. So I am saying right now that I am endorsing, at least for the next 4 years, UBI, Universal Basic Income. Bring it on. Print that money up. Shit it out of the Fed. Let's get UBI going, baby. And I'll just become an activist. That'll be my job. I'll become an activist. So I'm saying bring on UBI. Print those fucking dollars. Let's get it going. Because if we're going to live in a sham of a fucking republic, if we're going to live in a false republic, then fine, just give me money. If that's how we're going to roll, then give me some money. And I'll become an activist. And am I wrong in that? I want to hear people in the chat. If UBI, I'll at least say you should consider it. If UBI is introduced and if they're just printing money to pay all of us money, you guys want to join me becoming professional activists? What do you guys think? People in the chat, shout it out. Do you want to become activists with me? You want to become activists together? You want to, rise up together and become activists? What do you guys in the chat say? We get the Gibbs and then we start pushing for retracting, or first campaign is repealing the 19th. We're becoming professional activists thanks to subsidies through UBI, and the 19th is the first to go, baby. We're repealing the 19th. That's the first campaign. We're getting voter ID laws and banning ballots, and then repealing the 19th. So that's my position. That's what people fail to understand, is that I'm fine with the progressives going hog wild and doing something like UBI, which the corporate Dems don't want to. They want to keep us as debt slaves. They want to keep the millennials as debt slaves. So that's why they're never in a million years going to do it. They never want to pass UBI because then they'll lose their debt slavery of the millennials. But do it. Let's do it. Pass that shit today. Pass UBI today, and I'll take that fucking check, and I'll become an activist. I'll go be like one of the boomers that show up in the Capitol in Albany. I'll go join the boomers in the Capitol. I'll lead the boomer charge. We are going to S the rest of it. It ends with an M, the Capitol, in Albany together. Thanks to the subsidies, I'm going to take my GIB checks from the government, and we're going to take a bus out to Albany, and we are going to S, and it ends with M, the Capitol, in Albany. Let's fucking do it. Pay for my legal representation through UBI checks. And it seems like a lot of people in the chat are on board. A lot of people in the chat are on board with that idea, and I say fuck it, let's do it. I agree, bring back the Chinese Exclusion Act. Well, it's not even good enough. Chinese Exclusion Act, except for it's just a moratorium on immigration, period. Let's do that. I'll become an activist. I'll run for something, because who cares at that point? You got nothing to lose. I'll be able to, with UBI, I'll be able to make all my payments and all that shit. I think they said that they wanted to do it $1,000 a week or some shit, or whatever it is. I forget what they said. UBI is like $1,000, $3,000 a month. I think it was. What was it? UBI? They were offering $2,000, $3,000 a month. It's almost as much as I made fucking when I was employed. So let's do it. Gibbs and guns. Shit. Oh man. No, I think UBI, they don't turn it off for bigots, because I think if they put UBI in effect, I think the left will disappear. The left wing base will dissipate entirely. It'll disappear overnight. So I think UBI would be, it would benefit us tremendously. Anyways, so I'll leave it to the chat. Do we want to dissect the cop video, or do you want to stay on politics? Put it to the chat. Cop video or politics? So put it in the chat right now. Right now. Type it out. Type it out. Comment right now. Like this video. Comment right now. Like the video. Comment. Police video or continue talking about politics? Let's go, chat. Come on. Also, like the video. Like this fucking... Smash that fucking like button right now. Smash that fucking like button. I'm losing my voice. But I'm losing it because you're not liking the video. So like this motherfucking cock-sucking video, you motherfuckers, in the chat. I'm going to say fuck the fans if you don't like this fucking video. I am just a cunt hair away from saying fuck the fans, fuck the chat if you don't like this motherfucking video right now. I'm actually surprised how split the chat is. I figured it'd all be cops, but it's actually kind of split. So I want to see some likes. I want to see some likes right now. You know, nothing's happened. I'm just ending the fucking stream if I don't get some fucking likes right now. All right, I'm ready to lose it. I need some fucking likes. If I wanted to, I could do Copcast tonight. I could fucking do it. I'd restart the stream, but I could do it tonight. I don't know. I don't see the level of support, so I'm hesitant to do it. I don't see the support tonight. I don't see the Gibbs. I don't see people liking. I don't see anything from you people. I don't see it. I don't see it. This is reciprocal. This is how streams go. I need support from the fans, from the true fans, in order to get any of this done. I do have things to... Somebody said I don't have anything to stream. Fuck you in the chat. I do have things to stream. So let's get to this cop video. Because it's actually kind of split. But I think the cop people... Oops. It's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. Okay. So this is the video. Let me find where it starts.
911 police.
Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself. So it's gonna be a little bit of a problem because I'm gonna have to mute myself and unmute myself. Actually, let me see if I can plug in my headset. See if my computer is smart enough to change things over. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not going with you.
That's a little loud. Let me turn that down. Okay, so the setup for this is this guy right here, the black guy, has a gun. And he's basically gone crazy. He's having a mental episode or whatever it's called. And this cop, if I could title this cop video, it would be Louis Le Vau or Louis Le Vau. Debate in the chat whether it's Vi or Vo. We're still uncertain. I should put it to like a money count. Like whoever pays me the most, that they get the name if it's Vi or Vo. That's smart YouTubing right there. That's just the way she goes. Whoever pays the most, they get to determine whether it's Vo or Vi. I'll say Vo, I guess, because I had a couple Frenchies tell me it's Vo. Okay. So yeah, black guy here is having a mental episode. Cop here. This is, to me, is Louis Le Vau's perfect cop. This is a perfect cop. So everyone out there, oh, the police, fuck the police. There's no good cops. They're all bad. This is the best cop I have ever seen. The best cop. There's only a few things that I could offer that are better suggestions to what should have been done in this. This cop is nearly fucking perfect. Okay? So, let's watch.
X5, one at gunpoint. Don't reach for it! He's got a black male subject running with a pistol. He's going towards beauty supply. Hey, put it down! Put it down! Put it down!
So first thing, He's already yelling at him. He's issuing commands. He's taking cover. And this is one of the things I've seen a few times where they don't take cover properly. So we're already starting good. Issuing commands, speaking authoritatively, repeating himself in the way that's necessary, and taking cover. So right now, everything good.
Lie down now! Hey, watch your crossfire.
Second thing, warns his fellow officer who's making a mistake on the other side. It might be a visual issue where he can't see him. But he's telling him, crossfire. I'm in your line of sight. You could hit me if you shoot. So watch out. So that's another cop firing. I'll play it back a little bit.
Subject running with a pistol. He's going towards beauty supply. Hey, put it down! Put it down! Put it down! Lie down now! Hey, watch your crossfire. X5 shots fired, shots fired. Do not move! Lie down on the ground!
So here's another good thing. The guy got shot by another cop that I think is over here. He falls behind this truck to take cover himself. So the cop moves up, still stays in cover with this dumpster, and continues issuing commands. So another good move.
Do not move! Lie down on the ground! Sprawl out now!
And what I do also enjoy, now that he's down, he's issuing him specific commands about what to do now, what he wants him to do. So he's being very specific. And it's productive in terms of he's telling him specific orders so that they can neutralize him as a threat, to make sure he's no longer a danger, so that they can approach him, take him into custody, and make sure, they get, the EMTs in on time so they can save his life.
Move! Lie down on the ground! Sprawl out now! Do not reach for anything. Keep your hands in the fucking air.
Again, speaking with authority, commanding, good volume. Just, again, he's doing everything right that he could be.
Yeah, I understand. Keep your fucking hands in the air now. Do not reach for a goddamn thing. Do you understand me?
Right there. I mean, that is fucking perfect. This guy is crazy. He's like, they're gonna frame me. I'm losing my mind. Don't reach for a fucking thing. Do you understand me? The guy says, yes, sir. This guy's gone crazy. He's a schizoid, and he's able to understand this cop. This is perfect fucking policing. This is perfect policing right here. This is a great cop right here.
Sprawl out now! Do not reach for anything. Keep your hands in the fucking air. Yeah, I understand. Keep your fucking hands in the air now.
Do you hear that empathy? I understand. It's empathy right there.
Do not reach for a goddamn thing. Do you understand me? Roll onto your stomach. Now, get out of the fucking way.
See that? See these black people in the background at this beauty supply shop, ironically? They're getting in the frame. They're getting into crossfire. Look where his gun is. Look at where the fuck they are. They're interfering in this ongoing criminal event or this ongoing situation. This is a crime scene. This should be a closed scene. They're interfering. That's an unlawful act. I'm pretty sure that's a charge. I'm pretty sure it's a misdemeanor up until a point where if you actively interfere in the like a police officer, enacting his duties or in charging his duties or whatever it's called, that's a felony. But as far as I know, right now they are acting illegally by interfering in this matter. And he speaks to them very clearly, as he should. He has all the authority in the situation to issue these kind of commands, and he should be speaking in this manner, not please or any of the shit. No, get the fuck out of the way.
Roll onto your stomach. Now, get out of the fucking way. Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach.
See, he's hesitating, so he keeps telling him in a loud, authoritative voice, a commanding voice, to do it, because he's hesitating, he's waffling, he's starting to lean, he's unsure what to do, he's crazy, he's a schizoid, so he's speaking in the way that he should be to get this guy to just do what he says, to just reflexively do what he says.
Hey, if you listen to what the fuck I'm telling you to do right now, you're gonna get help. Lay on your fucking stomach.
And he does it. Perfect fucking policing. This to me is like, I hope that this guy, this cop, I don't know what his rank is. This fucking guy should get a promotion for this. I've never seen a video where you have this competent of a fucking cop issuing commands and a guy who's literally mentally melting down, like focusing in on him in such a manner. I've never seen something like this before. This is perfect fucking policing.
What the fuck I'm telling you to do right now, you're gonna get help. Lay on your fucking stomach. Keep your hands out. Do you understand me? You move, you will get shot.
Again, not only is saying, I want to come and get you help. Get on your stomach so you'll get help. But if you fuck around, you're going to get shot. And he says it in a loud, commanding voice. And the guy is complying. So again, perfect fucking policing. Everything as it should be done.
Do you hear me?
See, this guy's having a mental meltdown. He's still saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Hands out. Do you understand me? You move, you will get shot. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, move in, move in, move in. Do not fucking move. You move, I will shoot you.
Yeah, you see him jumping up there. You see him like springing up a little bit, and so he issues the command once again. You see him like how he's getting up right there. He's like starting to get up again. So he says, "If you get the fuck up, you're gonna get shot."
Do not fucking move. You move, I will shoot you. You move, I will shoot you. He's got a gun. Get the fuck out of here.
He's speaking to the people in the background that are fucking up this situation.
Don't move, don't move.
Get the gun, get the gun.
I got the gun.
I'm being framed.
Phoenix 3.
Got him into custody. Like this, it's this cop right here. This cop. I don't know what his rank is. Promote this fucking cop. Promote this cop. Make this cop in charge of some federal organization that oversees cops. This is a perfect fucking, taking someone into custody. You know, this is perfect policing.
You move, I will shoot you. You move, I will shoot you. He's got a gun. Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead.
Don't move, don't move.
Look at how fast that is. It's like 2 minutes for the full fucking, not even 2 minutes. It's so, look at how fast. From the beginning, he's getting out of his car to like a minute later that they got him in fucking custody. This is perfect fucking policing. This guy has a gun. He's crazy. They got him in custody and they took him alive. How is this not fucking perfect?
I got the gun.
I'm being framed.
Phoenix 3. 1 to 10.
I'm being framed!
In medical.
Help! These are fake cops! Somebody help!
No, I'm pretty sure they're real cops because there have been fake cops on body cam before, and you can usually tell when they're fake.
They're stealing my money!
Okay.
They're stealing my money!
Government, the taxation is theft! Taxation is theft!
Okay, I'm not resisting.
Yeah.
They're framing me. I'm not resisting.
They're taking my paper!
Where's he hit?
Right elbow. Hey, get him that.
What's this?
No, he's getting that. No, he's getting the med bag.
Let go. Hey, they framing me. Ow!
I got it.
I'm not fighting. Help! They're framing me.
I don't know what he has in his pocket right here. He's not letting go.
And there's his gun. They're framing me. Meanwhile, they got his gun.
And they stealing my money again. They stole my money last time.
They're framing me. Meanwhile, the cop has his gun. Look at this guy. What are you doing? What are you doing?
No!
No!
Okay, hold on.
I'm taking this to trial.
We are. Just hold on.
Oh, shit.
He's got scissors.
Here.
There he is. Here is the hero cop, ladies and gentlemen, right here. With his Gen Z goatee right here. Here's the hero cop right here. This guy, I don't see his name here. Let's see. What's his name? Can anyone see what that says? It looks like Ellis.
All these cops got
Elliot.
They're the Mexicans under 327. You got the gun?
He's just yelling random bullshit. Oh, here's the beginning. Oh, he had a gun on the tire. Is that what he did? Oh, this. Oh, here's. I didn't even see this footage. I never even saw it.
On the ground! On the ground! On.
Wow, that was a crazy shot. I'm surprised he hit him.
On the ground! On.
How did he hit him?
Shots fired. Shots fired. Do not move! You got it.
See, I gotta say, like, this other cop, he got the shot off, a crazy fucking Matrix shot off, but he isn't really issuing good commands, and not in the same voice as the other guy.
On the ground! On the ground!
How did he fucking hit him? It's some straight up Matrix shit right there. It's like whatever that movie is where you bend bullets. It's fucking JFK shot right there. They're framing me. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked on a Hell's Kitchen video. Let's watch some Hell's Kitchen and get a copyright strike. Shit. I should have turned down my heat. Vats, yeah, Vats, it must be. It was the fucking, what is it? The, mysterious stranger shot him instead. He missed, but the mysterious stranger got him through Vats. He had, that lucky perk, that luck perk. Cookcast. Cookcast. I would watch something like that. That'd be funny to watch, but I'd be really afraid of a copyright strike if I did that. I actually have the Where's the Lamb. Hold on. Let me pull that video up. I have that video on my desktop. I was going to use it for
Where's the Wellington? I'm getting nervous.
Let me get to where he says it. Does he say it here?
Virginia, get your perfectly summoned back.
Hold on. Where is it? Where does he say it? I know it's this video. Oh, here we go.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man. This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
I was gonna put that in one of my videos. Shit, I gotta get up. Oh, I got that up playing on. Okay. Cookcast. It's fucking raw. Cookcast. Yeah, I mean, it would be. I've actually been watching a great amount of Gordon Ramsay for like pretty much like a month. I've been watching it. Is it too low or is it too loud? Shit. All right. Well, we got that. We had that one cop breakdown, but let's see. I got other things we could talk about. I might have to go turn down my heat. It's hot. It's hot. I'm gonna go do that. I don't even know what we could put on. to, here, I know what to put on. Let me see here. Oh, shit, what's it? I'm trying to remember what the word is. Oh, man, what is it? I guess, here, I'll see if I can find it just in general. No, it's not the movie. I own the movie. I don't want to put that on screen. Escape from Embassy. That's what it's called. So let's put that. Let me check the volume on it so I don't blast it. Oh, that sounds loud. I'll be right back. Okay. So I hopped up my stairs, Juan Bourne style, to go turn off the heat of my house because it's getting fucking hot. It wasn't that loud. I checked the volume. Nah, I mean, the video will get copyright struck, but it doesn't matter. I'll still get the money, so that's all I'm worried about. No, I won't get shadow banned. Besides, we lost. We had like 100 viewers drop off just from doing that cop video, which I don't understand. It's like the most popular shit I do. People are like, nah, I'm out of here. See you later. See you later. I put on the most popular thing on my channel. People are like, I'm out of here. I'm done for tonight. That's enough, Louis. Don't feel like watching a literal body cam video where somebody gets shot. Nah, that sounds boring to me, bro. I'll get a new image on screen. Let's get this girl right here. Let's get her on screen. Oh, that reminds me. I said this. Oops. Fuck me. There we go. I said this to somebody on Twitter the other day. What I want to see, I want to see Sicario with fucking waifus. Let's put that in the chat. What do you think about that, chat? What do you think about watching Sicario but with waifus? I think that would be that would be an anime I'd actually watch. I'd watch that anime. That'd be fucking great, in my opinion. But what do you think about that, chat? Is that something you'd be interested in? Because I am. I know I am. I see a lot of yeses. I see some yeses. I said Sicario. You've never... Oh, come on. Yes, Lord Maury, I saw your super chat. Okay, I guess we'll get to some super chats. I don't know why we're bleeding viewers. We lost like 200 fucking viewers. What's going on? Let's see here. Is this the wrong page? It is. There we go. Somebody sent me a super chat on the 10th. Oh, today's the 10th. Sorry. I thought it was the 11th. The first super chat is, Louis, how big of a simp are you for Lauren Chen? Don't lie. We all know you watch every video. No, I actually don't like her commentary style. So I actually don't watch her videos. I do think she is attractive. And I was in an event, or at an event, I should say, in Philadelphia where she also was. And she was shorter than I thought she'd be. So she did have a lot of people orbiting around her, which didn't surprise me in the least. But I really wasn't there for her. She just happened to be conveniently there. And I don't actually like her commentary style. She's a little bit bland, if you ask me. It's not to say that she's bad or anything like that, but outside of her being pretty and relatively intelligent, I just don't really get it. I don't really get like what the thing is, the it factor for her, like why she is popular. That's really all I have to go on, and it's not exactly a flattering thing to say, but it is how I feel about her. So yeah, I have only watched a handful of her videos, and I don't think I've ever made it through and in like years. I've only watched a few things by her. I'd say she's better than decent looking. She's pretty attractive, I'd say. She's short though. I don't know how many of you realize that from watching her videos. If you do, she's actually pretty short. Let's see. Ardent of Lady Columbia says, Louis, why the hell are you in New York anymore? Outside of family and home payments, haven't you thought of moving? I have thought of moving, yes, but the issue is that moving when you're basically relying on Gibbs is not a good idea. I'm headed down to Florida since Illinois is not going further down. I'm headed to Florida since Illinois is not only going further down the shitter because the state is more mechanized in machine politics. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but I'm heading down to Florida since Illinois is only going further down the shitter. I don't know why you have not in there. Is only going further down the shitter because the state is more mechanized in machine politics. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about that for a while. I'm kind of, the weather is pretty much the main reason. The politics and the weather are the big two of why I hate, and economics. That's like top three. The economics perpetually suck. It's difficult to get a fucking job here, even in a time where it's not a recession. The politics of this state fucking suck. It is literally just like a single mother's paradise here in terms of what the state is geared towards. You can say the same of the federal government. It's all geared towards single mothers. And the weather here is terrible. Like, it has been freezing cold for days and days and days, and I can't fucking stand it. I hate the cold, and I especially hate the cold when it is cold for days, and it's going to continue to be cold for days. I hate the cold. I hate it. If it snows, that's fine. It's not that annoying, really, to even drive in. It's the cold that I fucking hate, and it has just been cold for days, and I hate it so much. So those three reasons are one of the reasons why, if I were to move, it probably would be Florida. But I've heard from people who have moved there that Florida's filling up and that the housing prices there are skyrocketing. So Florida is not the greatest at the moment because of housing prices and all that are skyrocketing because everyone and the grandmother is moving there. I wish people would move to some of the shittier states like Tennessee and Kentucky and all these other red states that are like quasi Midwest or Southern that I don't give a fuck about, and I probably never move to. Stay out of Florida. Florida is one of the states I'd like to go to. I can't go there if every fucking person's going there and the housing prices are through the fucking roof. Go to Brazil? Nah, that's all right. I already live in Brazil, bro. I live in New York. It's pretty much just Brazil. Come on. It's Brazil with additional suburbs, pretty much. Fuck Texas. Texas is one of the last states that I go to. Fuck Texas. You guys enjoy it. Never in a million years. Texas is just right-wing California. No thanks. The California Republicans are nearly as insufferable as, like, California Democrats. Sorry, but it's true. Puerto Rico. I don't even know if I'm allowed to move there. I'm white. Will they even let me move there? For all they know, they have race laws like Mexico. Let's see here. Cato, the censor, says, voting is for landowners and service members. You must have a physical stake in this country to vote on its government. Good luck there, Cato. Good luck. Man, is that an uphill fucking battle. Please contact Don at link. He's trying to organize activists and will probably need someone to run the... No, dude, I'm unemployed. I'm not being an activist. So thanks, but no thanks. Diddly Doodler says, collections to the pastor. I vote to postpone Copcast at least until 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. Fuck the Pacific. How about that? How about fuck your time zone there, Diddly Doodler? How about that? Thank you for the donation. Fuck Pacific Standard Time. How about that? Let's see here. Lord Maury says testing. And that's it. Just testing. Thank you there, Lord Maury. Let's make sure that's it. That's not it. That's why it always pays to check. Cowboy Curtis says, if you want some anime girls and tactical gear, there's lots of that on Twitter. I could DM you some artists if you want to. Sure. Just DM me, at me, whatever you want there, Cowboy. It's one of the things that I like about retweeting some anime girls on Twitter is girls with guns, because I think there should be an anime of, you'd have to have Americans participate because I don't think the Japanese could handle it, but Sicario with waifus. You know, that would be some great shit right there, I think. Greasy Snail Eater. Greasy Snail Eater. Wow, what a name. You hear about the French, it's like they've had a temporary brain swap with the OAS guys from the 60s, the French Foreign Legion, that told the president that Algeria is part of France now and that they were going to empty it of Muslims. Jesus. Yeah, I saw Sargon or Carl talk about that on the Lotus Eaters today. So yeah, it seems like the French are basically declaring war in some French fashion, whether they wave the white flag tomorrow or not, we'll see, against just leftism. Leftism in France. The French are just like, yeah, fuck leftism. And leftism, like the Islamist leftists are trying to subvert the French state and the French society, whatever, the French people. Which is true. You can be ethnically French. From what I know, it goes back like over 1,000 years, so I'm pretty sure there is such a thing as an ethnic French. Even though Carl would disagree. Carl would be like, no, Louis, come on. We need to appeal to Aristotelian virtues and values and universality. But it's like, yeah, but there is an ethnic Frenchman. They do exist. They've existed for, how long? 1,000 years? More than that? I can only go back to, like, early Middle Ages. Like, before that, I'm not even sure. But if we go back to, like, 1,000 AD, there are Frenchmen. So, I don't know what to say. But yeah, the French are basically like, hey, this is actually going to jeopardize us. We're good on all the bullshit socialism, which, if anybody's incorporated, it is the French. But they're basically, the line that they've reached are, hold on a second, like, we don't like the subversive, Derrida, Foucault, and all the rest of the French authors that came to America and radicalized academia, and it's running rampant in the UK and here and elsewhere. They're basically, that's the line in the sand that they've drawn and are probably going to surrender to tomorrow. But it's funny to at least see them say, like, this is like a domestic ideological threat to France. And it's like, well, that is true. It's not an exaggeration at all. It is. But all I'm going to say is that if the French rise up and they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to start doing some things that some other people in Europe have done before, and we're going to rid ourselves of this menace. It's going to be like, well, I think we should at least play the role of IBM. Let's just put it like that. Facilitation is not necessarily participation, but I'm just saying that we need to just think about what role we should play in helping out the French in terms of their civilizational survival. And I support that. I support the civilizational survival of the French. I value that. I value French heritage. I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't name myself Louis Le Vau. I have this name because I do have some admiration towards the French and their culture and their heritage. And I hope that they are able to, and they actively do pursue, ridding their society of the Islamo-leftists, which are a threat to the French people. Did anyone pick up on that reference I made? Did no one picked up on the or on the IBM reference? No one picked up on that? No one got that reference? Come on. That's depressing to me. Here I am making fucking like red-pilled, edgy fucking metaphors and whatnot. Would it be a metaphor? No, it is a metaphor, not an analogy, I guess, because I'm not trying to make it analogous. It's a metaphor through implication rather than direct connection. Yeah, some of you did. Let's see here. Cowboy Curtis says, if you want to move to the Midwest, I don't. Consider Iowa. Isn't Iowa cold, though? Cheap cost of living, government balances their budget. Well, that's nice. It's a purple state, so we need more Republicans. It gets pretty cold here, though. Yeah, fuck off. I've had enough. I've had enough of cold weather, dude. I can't take it. It's terrible. It's one of the things that I hate the most about being alive is the cold weather. I hate it. It's, like I said, top 3 of what I hate living in New York. It's the fucking cold weather. It's terrible. I can't stand it. I like going outside. I like being outside. I like enjoying fair weather. And I don't mind rain either, which is another a perk, rather, of Florida. A lot of people don't like the sudden rains and stuff, but I don't mind rain. I don't mind rain. Heavy rain sucks, yeah, especially when you're trying to drive. But I'll take rain over fucking, snow for like 4 months. And it's like in January of every year, and it's continuing. It's gotten worse in February. It is just brutal every fucking day in terms of the cold. Not even the snow, but it's just so fucking cold. You're outside in heavy winter gear. And I bought a balaclava for the first time in a while. And I'm still freezing my ass off outside. I don't wear it unless I'm out going for like a jog or a walk or something. But, and I'm surprised too, because there was a few car thefts in my area and there was cops swarming everywhere. And here I am jogging down the road in a fucking balaclava and they don't even look at my direction. I'm surprised. I had my parents tell me, I'm like, there's cops everywhere. What's going on? And they're like, yeah, there's been some car thefts. And I'm like, I've been running around the neighborhood in a balaclava, in a ski mask, a balaclava, and no one said anything to me. I'm surprised. Alaska. Yeah, I'll go to Canada. Yeah, sure. It's because I'm white. You know what's hilarious, too? Is the ski mask is white. I bought a white ski mask. It's a tip to the cops, and I'm white. I got a white balaclava. Hold on, I forgot where I was. Mainly misheard says Sicario, but waifu got a comic. Lol. And he sent me a Twitter link, so look at that. Oh, it's a reference to the one scene. It's actually not perfectly correct, because I think it should be just, I don't really get the reference, because I don't know the anime. It's Goya beans, or Goyo beans. I think she likes you. It would be funny if it started out with the stand-in for, not Colin Firth, who is it? Josh Brolin. If he taunts him by saying his name. I really like Sicario. It's one of those movies that I've watched over time, and it's grown on me. It's really grown on me. I really like the movie. because there's a lot about it. I should really do a review of it at some point and just break down. It's one of those movies where I could break down like a whole bunch of scenes, and it would be the same with like Die Hard or Die Hard 3, where I could break down like all these really small details that I really fucking like that I think really adds to the entertainment value of the movie. Sicario is one of those kind of movies. So that's a nice comic that you posted. It's funny. The second one isn't great, though. I gotta say that. The second one isn't great. The second one's even more brutal with the brutalization of the loli. That's pretty brutal. I don't really like that too much. You know, leave the loli alone. That was too much for me. But the first movie's good. Yeah, the ending is good. I forced my parents to watch it. My father saw the second movie for some reason, but never saw the first. And so I forced my parents, and we sat down and watched it together. And they were shocked by that last scene in the movie when, I forget the name of the character, Alejandro goes and meets that drug kingpin's family when they're having dinner. They were shocked by that fucking scene. It was great. It was great watching them watch that movie for the first time. It was so fucking funny. The only problem is that it is a great movie to have the sound way up on, because the music in that movie is fantastic. It is a great movie to have the sound way up on. And my father is a fucking how would I describe him? He's not an audiophile or autophile, however you'd say it. Like, he doesn't, like, the volume in a movie to him doesn't really matter. He doesn't really like it when a movie's too loud. But he has, like, my father has a home theater in the basement and one that he puts up in the garage during the summer. And he goes through all the fucking effort of doing that. And he treats the volume, like, he listens to, like, the Bills games louder than he does when he watches movies. He's fucking retarded like that. And I kept telling him while watching it, turn up the volume, because the music sets the tone so fucking well. And you want to have that music blasting when you're in these settings, and he wouldn't do it. It pissed me off. The music in that movie is really fucking good. There's a few movies that I've seen that have been like that, where the music has really set the tone very well for the movie, and that's one of them. I would put that one in the category where the music really makes the film. It really does. It's done so well, and it's really brutal. Like, the music is. I saw an interview where they were talking about what kind of version of the music, because they basically made a variation of the same songs, like 5 variations, from the most subtle to the most overt and, like, brutal. And the whoever made the decision, the sound manager, the director, whoever made the decision, they basically chose the most brutal version of each track to put in the movie, and that was the right decision to make. Yeah, The Matrix has good music too. Yeah, 2 wasn't. It's too bad because they supposedly they want to make a third one, but it's too bad because I don't really have high hopes because the second one wasn't very good. It just didn't have. It had a lot that was just kind of Joker as well. Joker's another one that I put in there with Joaquin Phoenix. That Joker, Todd Phillips' Joker. That's another film with very good music to it. And I saw that in theaters, and I would say that that's the way to see that film is in theaters. And what I love is in theaters, it's one of those movies where, like, the reaction from the crowd is great. It's great to be in the theater and watch when Joker kills, who is it? The one big guy, I forget the name of the actor, but the big guy in the film that gives him the gun. When he kills that actor, the people in my theater were like, oh, like, Jesus. And especially when people were screaming in the theater when he shot Robert De Niro. People in the theater were screaming, and I clapped. I was like, yes! Like, people in the theater were screaming in that scene. It was amazing. It was amazing watching that in theaters, man. Yeah, Murray is the name of the character, but Robert De Niro. It was amazing. I don't know how many people actually saw that in theaters, but I've seen so many shitty movies, like all the Star Wars movies. I saw all those in theaters, and that was worthless. Worthless. Might as well not even have gone to the theaters to watch those shitty movies. You know? But I've seen all of them but like 2, I think. The Solo movie I didn't see, and I don't know if there's another one that I didn't see. I saw the shitty one with Tarkin in it, the CGI Tarkin. That forgettable piece of shit. That sucked. That was a waste of time. But, yeah, I've seen a bunch of thankfully, I've seen a bunch of decent movies in theater, and I'm glad I saw them. But yeah, I'm so glad I saw Joker in theaters. I'm so glad I saw that movie in theaters. I wish I would have seen Sicario in theaters. I didn't actually see Sicario in theaters. I wish I would have. Have you seen what it's like out there, Louis? Good one. Good one. Do you ever actually leave your basement, Louis? Man. You know what's painful to admit is the only diehards I've ever seen in theater, and this is based on my age, is 4 and 5, which were both very underwhelming. I saw Die Hard 4 and 5 in theaters, and it was not great. So that was... 4 is not awful, but it's not good either. It's like 3.9 rockin' or whatever it is. Not great, but not terrible. You know, that's what that experience was like. I really wish I would have saw The Dark Knight in theaters. I don't think I did. I don't think I saw The Dark Knight in theaters. That was forever ago, so it might be just I don't remember. I saw the third one, Dark Knight Rises. That one I saw in theaters, and that was largely a waste of time. I hated that when I first saw it. I didn't see the first one either in theaters, and I don't know if I have actually seen the... No, I have seen the first one. I gotta watch it again because I haven't seen it in forever. But I saw Dark Knight Rises in theaters, and that's another one where it didn't really make a difference to me. But I don't remember if I saw Dark Knight or not in theaters. They should bring those back every once in a while. They should have, like, reruns in theaters. I know they do that with certain movies, but, Wizard of Oz or some shit, who cares? But it would be like Jurassic Park. Watch Jurassic Park in theaters again. Die Hard. Dark Knight. Like, there's a bunch of movies that I can name that I would want to see in theaters. Jurassic Park would definitely be up that list. Because I think I've watched Jurassic Park a bunch of times over the years, and I think that movie, out of many, has aged very, very, very well. I think that's one of those kind of movies that is going to be classic and has aged very well with time, and I would go watch that in theaters again. I don't know about any of you, but I go watch that in theaters again. Lord of the Rings, yeah, but here's the thing. I can't watch Lord of the Rings anymore without it being the extended version. I just can't do it. I can't watch the original cut. I gotta watch. And it's mostly like random shit from Gimli. Is there Gimli or Grimly? Gimli? Like random jokes through him. Like that's a lot of what was cut out. But I can't watch Lord of the Rings now without the extended version. I just can't. I own both. I own the extended and the original. Or the theater cut, I should say. I can't watch the theater cut anymore. I have to watch the extended. And I don't think they do that. I think they do the theater cut. Yeah, someone in the chat says you want the extended cut in theater. I agree. I agree. I would go watch the extended cut of the original Lord of the Rings trilogy in the theater. I'd go watch that, unironically. I'd go watch it. Because I think those movies are great. And I think I did see all three of them in theaters. I think I did see all three of the original trilogy in theaters. And when I first watched them, I wasn't a fan because I thought they were too long. But I also watched them, and I remember this, in noisy theaters. And it's one of those movies where you got to have the sound way the fuck up. You got to have the sound way the fuck up when you watch Lord of the Rings. And I was in noisy theaters when I watched them. So that might be one of the reasons why originally I didn't like the movies that much, was because of that frustrating experience. Oh, really? IMAX? I'll look that up. I'll look that fucking up. Wow! Wow, wow, wow. From 6 days ago, for the first time ever, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Ring trilogy has been remastered and released in IMAX, and fans can get tickets now. But what cut is it? What cut is the remastered? Is it the theater cut or is it the extended? What cut is it? Here, I'll do control find. It doesn't say in the article whether it's the extended. It just says it's the remastered version. Yeah, if anyone... I'll have to remember to look this up later. I guess I'll put it on screen. Because I'd love to go see it. I don't know what the requirements would be, but I'll go wear a mask like a fucking retard and go watch it. That'd be great. But I gotta know if it's the extended or not. Because I don't see that. It just says they claim it's the remastered version. That's crazy. I'm gonna go to the IMAX website. Did they say when they're gonna do it? It's theatrical cut? Ah, man. Ah, man, that's too bad. That's too bad. That'd be great. If it was that, I mean, I might hedge on it and think about it. But if it was the extended version, I wouldn't hesitate to go fucking see it. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Apparently they've already started doing this. Oh no, they've already started. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. They've already started it. They're only doing showings on the 5th and the 12th. And they've already let me see. Oh my god, dude! Or is this in Rochester? It said Buffalo, but it might be Rochester. Let me see here. Come on, what the fuck? Let me see. I'll go, let's see, Return of the King. I know this isn't very entertaining, but I do want to know this. I do want to know. Oh, man, am I going to have to, like, go down the list here? Because it's not, it's, like, perpetually loading. I've entered my fucking thing here. Come on, let's find the theater. God damn it. It did it at first, but then it just wouldn't load. God damn this website. I guess I'll look later. It's too bad. I already missed out, though. I can't watch it from beginning to end. Yeah, I know people are saying don't waste your time at the theater. Yeah, the theatrical version is just not as good as the extended version. It's too bad. Lord Maury says, yeah, it turns out PayPal is only thing that works through Streamlabs for me. You can have a credit card as well, but I don't know if it shows up. Anyways, best of luck to you, bro. Love your content, and your earlier rant made my day. Thank you, Lord Maury. Thank you. I appreciate that. Charles says Missouri just passed a law to protect gun rights. It's pretty warm most of the time. I don't know, Missouri. I don't really know much about Missouri. Nathan Brake says, Girls Frontline is mobile gotcha game with gun waifus. Nah, I'm pretty suspicious about phone games. I'm very suspicious about phone games. So sorry, but not too sure if I'm interested in that. I've heard of that before, and I've retweeted images from that, but I'm not really interested in that. I don't like phone games. They're all scams. Somebody said in the chat they'd watch Bond movies. It depends on the Bond movie. Some Bond movies I'd go watch, but some of them I wouldn't bother. Like, what's the one, it's not Diamonds Are Forever. It's the other one in that 80s era. What is it? It's Max? Is it Max something? I'm trying to remember the name of the villain to remember the movie. I'll look it up. It is... Is it A View to Kill? No, it's... No, it might be. What the fuck am I thinking of? Are these not in order? No, they are in order. What the fuck am I thinking of? It's not License to Kill. I know that. Is it A View to Kill? Yes, it is. It is A View to Kill. A View to Kill would be one I wouldn't go watch. A View to Kill is kind of mediocre. It is a Bond movie, but it's just kind of mediocre. It's one of the ones I'm not that big of a fan of. Just it is a Bond film and it's okay, but I don't really like it that much. It's just kind of mediocre. I thought what's his name? Christopher Walken was kind of shitty in it. I didn't really like his character. I was fine with Roger Moore, but Christopher Walken was kind of crap. I'm not really a fan of his acting. The only time I've seen him and stomached his acting was is it Pulp Fiction? Is that what I'm thinking of? Is it Pulp Fiction I'm thinking of? Let me see. Is it Pulp Fiction? Yes, it is. Pulp Fiction. He was fine in Pulp Fiction. He has like a minor part in Pulp Fiction is Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is a kid. He meets a soldier that served with his father. They were in a prison camp together. He was fine in that, but I didn't like him in A View to Kill. I'm not saying I hate Walken. I just don't think he's that great of an actor. He wasn't a great villain. If you want to know a great villain in Bond, and there's several that I can name you. Any of the Blofelds, with the exception of, I think, the one in... Only on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I think there's a Blofeld in that was kind of shit. But in all the other ones, Blofeld is good. Even including the one where they brought back that actor who they recycled from a previous film. Which I believe Diamonds Are Forever. I believe that was the one where they recycled another actor who was in the Japanese one. Which was, what is it? Is it Thunderball? Or no, it's You Only Live Twice. Sorry. It was You Only Live Twice. I forget. Let me look up the name of that actor who they recycled. Where is Diamonds Are Forever? Let me find the name of that actor. Charles Gray. Charles Gray. He was good. He was good in that. They brought him back for some reason. He already played a character in a previous film. He was in You Only Live Twice, like I said. And for some reason, they were like, we don't got anybody. Let's have him cast as Blofeld. I thought he worked fine. I thought he was good. I know that Blofeld is supposed to be German, but he's also supposed to be very aristocratic, so it makes sense that he'd have like a very, British, like high British accent. And I thought he was good as Blofeld in that. I thought he worked very well. And so there's plenty of Bond villains that are really good, and let me remember his name. Is it Charles Price? Or I'm Charles Dance is who I'm thinking of, but it's Jonathan Pryce. That is the name of the actor. Jonathan Pryce in Tomorrow Never Dies. Amazing. Excellent. I think he's one of the driving features of the film. Was an otherwise kind of okay Pierce Brosnan era fucking Bond film, but you had a very good villain in it with Jonathan Pryce. I thought he killed it in that movie. I thought he was great. That was a very good Bond film, like a true Bond film. And it was in the 21st century. So, yeah. Or technically. No, actually, no. It was still 20th, but right on the cusp of the turn of the century. But it was basically, the Brosnan era was basically the pretext to the 21st century Bond, which has kind of not been great. Kind of had more crap films than you've had even mediocre films with that era, but it is what it is. Nah, I don't agree. Someone in the chat said Diamonds Are Forever is fucking shit. I disagree. It's a Bond film. You could say it's a mediocre Bond film, but I would still say it is a Bond film, and I like it for that reason. I don't think it's fucking shit. I think fucking shit describes every single one of the Daniel Craig films, except for, what is it? Skyfall. Skyfall is the only one that's not total shit, and it's mediocre. Not great, but not terrible either. You know, that's the only one. The rest of them are just shit. And anyone's go, oh, Casino Royale. Yeah, Casino Royale, go watch my review. It's also shit. Fuck you. Oh, man. Yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies. People in the chat, Tomorrow Never Dies was ahead of the curve. Tomorrow Never Dies took the mask off the fucking media. Anyways, I got some more super chats here to get to. Sorry this is taking so long. I'm getting kind of sidetracked. Cato says, you're right. We need to solve the rhino problem first and take the institutions, but this is the left's Hegelian dialectic. If we stay on the back foot, we will constantly lose ground. When we have power, we will make demands and force them to settle. Yes, that is true. That is the thing that must be done, is you take over the right, and then you start inching your way into power. It's going to be slow, because we don't control the federal bureaucracy, and that is a lot of where this problem lies. We don't control the federal bureaucracy. We don't control the courts. We don't control the law enforcement agencies. We don't control any of this. We don't control academia. We don't control Hollywood. We don't control the news. We don't control any of this. So it's going to be a very slow crawl, but the start of this is simply us taking over the party. So good chat here by Cato. That is true, and that is what needs to be done in order for us to get anywhere. Your review is garbage. Fuck off, chat. Fuck off. Fuck off. Casino Royale is crap. Any of you guys, you go watch a fucking Bourne film. Bourne is what you want, and it's better than that piece of shit. If you want to go watch a generic action movie, go watch some Jason Bourne. Go watch some fucking Jason Statham fucking movies. Okay? Any of the stupid fucking Jason Statham movies are better. The Lindsay Nielsen films, is it Leslie Nielsen, whatever. Those are better. All of the what is it? Keanu Reeves. What's the name of the character? I forget the name of the films that he was just in that sort of like resurrected his fucking career. Somebody in the chat shouted out. I can't remember. John Wick. Sorry. Go watch John Wick. It's better than Casino Royale, any of them. And I don't even like, I mean, I kind of had, like, I have mixed feelings on the John Wick films. I really do have mixed feelings on John Wick. But they're better than Casino Royale. They are, all of them. They're all better than Casino Royale. Casino Royale is shit. It's a generic action movie pretending to be a Bond film. Daniel Craig is playing a character named James Bond, but it's not a Bond film. There's nothing about it that makes it a Bond film. The villain is shit and dies like a fucking bitch to subvert our expectations. Shit film. Fuck you. Anyone in the chat that says that, fuck you, you're wrong. Shit film, you're just coping. Daniel Craig doesn't even like playing it. So how much do you think he really gives a shit? How much do you think he really thinks that those movies are good when he hates playing the fucking character? He's like desperately trying to get away from it. Oh man, I got some fucking some edgy fucking content right here. This is, hold on, this is some borderline content that I don't know if I'll be allowed to put on here. I don't know if we can really put this on screen right here. I don't know. This is playing it on the line right here. I'll put it on screen real quick and then we'll go back. I'll get a new image because we've been going for a while. I'll tell you what. This is like a combination of the two. This is a good in between. We'll do this. This is technically edgy because we got some chest here. I was waiting for the chat to catch up. Oh man. I think this article, oh, fuck off. Can the GOP be saved? I love how they have Madison fucking Cawthorn. Madison fucking Cawthorn. The fucking super politically correct, wheelchair-bound, Ben Shapiro-ite Madison Cawthorn is a dangerous element of the fucking GOP. Give me a fucking break. Madison Cawthorn has never said a fucking word that is in any way contentious. I've not heard one word from him where I've been like, whoa, based fucking Madison Cawthorn. Give me a fucking break. Oh, man. Let's see here. A new ad from an anti-Trump Republican group attacks the former president's Madison Cawthorn is a fucking ally of President Trump. What? He was just elected on Trump's way out. Urging voters to reject some of the members that peddle in lies, violence, and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Where do those? How does that come up? What? 60-second spot by the Republican Accountability Project, which is that's from Adam Kinzinger right here. That's part of what his PAC is. It's the same thing as the Lincoln Project, except for the Lincoln Project right now is going down in fucking flames because they had a freaking quasi-pedo or a technical pedo on there. He never acted that we know. Or no, I don't know how you'd qualify that. He was chatting sexually. I guess you would qualify it as pedophilia because he did act. He was soliciting some kind of intimate relationship with someone who was a minor at the time, but waited to pursue it when they were allegedly of age. So I guess you would say that that guy is, by that act, he is a pedophile. But the thing is that I'm hesitant to just say, oh, declarative statement, he's a fucking pedophile. Because where are the charges? Where's the action? He resigned, he's gone. But there's no actual prosecution or any investigation that I'm aware of into that guy. So I'm hesitant to make declarative statements because that's the kind of litigious faggot that's going to go after people. So you guys, it's got to be careful. Got to be careful about making declarative statements against people that you know are litigious faggots, like that kind of guy. Anyone who's got all that kind of monetary backing, you know, is a litigious piece of shit. So you got to be careful. It's why when what's her face, the black chick that sued Sargon could have easily had a fucking a defamation suit against her. I had Inside Baseball. He could have filed a liability lawsuit against, or a defamation lawsuit against her. If he wanted to. Inside Baseball, he could have done it. And he chose not to. So, you gotta be careful about what you say on fucking online, man. You know, I'll say whatever I can about, Madison Cawthorn or Ben Shapiro or whoever. I'll call them whatever I want to. But when you start getting into this territory of this person did X and making it a statement publicly, you've just leaned into territory where if you're saying they did an action, that is something you can be sued for. And defamation is a hard case to make, but it all depends on whether someone wants to file the suit. You know? Anyways, so should we watch the ad? Should we see what fucking Adam Kinzinger? Because I'm pretty sure Adam Kinzinger is behind this. I'm pretty sure this is his group. So like it praises him. I'm pretty sure this is his fucking group. Yeah, let me see if I can find that article. I'm pretty sure this is his fucking group. Oh, yeah. I was questioning whether I wanted to do a video disavowing libertarians in the Libertarian Party. I'm unsure if we're going to get to that tonight. I don't know if I really feel like doing that tonight. Because there's going to be, like, 5,000 caveats, libertarians, blah, blah, blah. You're not wrong about this, blah, blah, blah. But also, you're fucking cancer. Fuck you, you're wrong. We're in charge now. Sit down. Like, there's the gist of the video. Let's see if this is the article. Maybe not. I could have sworn this is the article where he says he's going to start a pact from the end of last month. There's a tongue twister for you. The end of last month. Real hard to say. So should we watch this ad or no? I'll put it to the chat. Should we watch this or no? There's like, I don't want to lose 200 viewers. Should we watch this or no? Put it to the chat. What do you say? Leave it in the chat. Yes or no, watch this stupid fucking ad. It's 60 seconds, which is kind of a lot. What do we got? What do we got, chat? Waiting for the chat to catch up. While we're waiting for the chat to catch up, smash that fucking like button right now. Are you listening? Are you listening to me right now? Smash that fucking like button. I don't care if you're doing something, listening to this shit over your phone, in your office, folding towels, eating. I don't give a fucking shit. Like this fucking video right now. Pretty mixed. I'll tell you what. We'll go halfway. We'll go to 30 seconds. That's the compromise. I don't want to lose 200 people listening to this, but we'll go. Oh, goddamn, that's loud. Full screen. Get rid of this shit. Let me check the volume, because that was kind of loud. Oops.
We are in a battle for the soul of the Republican Party, and I intend to win it.
Matt Gaetz and other Trump ultra-loyalists are fighting for a Republican Party that promotes lies.
The election was stolen. There was fraud.
President Trump won this election.
Oh, man. Kevin McCarthy, you're a bad boy. You said it. Bad boy Kevin McCarthy.
Violence.
All your congressmen, you can lightly threaten them.
You got to go to the streets and be violent.
And promotes anti-Semitic conspiracy.
Fucking Marjorie Green. She's such a boomer meme.
Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene speculated that the fire, which killed 85 people, was sparked by a Jewish space laser.
And now they want to exile Republicans like Liz Cheney.
Yes! Do it up! Do it up! Hell yes! Censure, fucking exile, and deport from this fucking nation. Hell yes! Fully avowed.
And Adam Kinzinger for standing up to a president that caused an insurrection on the United States Capitol. To save the soul of the Republican Party.
I love how all they appeal to is fucking Lincoln, who was a ridiculous tyrant. Lincoln, say whatever you want to about him, like, and I can make a positive case for Lincoln. Lincoln was a fucking crazy tyrant. Like, he did some ridiculous fucking shit, but it was during the Civil War. However, I will say he was a fucking tyrant. Let's not pretend otherwise. He was a tyrant. And fucking fuck Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a dick sucker for Washington, D.C. He was out there being, oh, I'm standing up the Soviet Union and blah, blah, all the while to Wall Street. So fuck off with Ronald Reagan. Fuck Ronald Reagan.
We must stand up for those who act with integrity and against.
I love that every person they're naming is someone that I've cited to say that they fucking suck. Every fucking person. Every single fucking person. I'm just sitting here saying fuck these people. Liz Cheney. Fuck Liz Cheney.
We must stand up for.
You got Kinzinger. You have Mitt Romney.
For those who act.
You have whatever her cunt is who's from Maine.
Act with integrity.
You have this faggot from Ohio, I'm pretty sure. Minzinger, or whatever this faggot's name is. This guy, too, who's another Republican that wants the Republicans to lose. Another fucking piece of shit.
And against the ones that lie.
I just love it. It's like they're making us a list of people that we need to get rid of and all the people that we should otherwise support, with the exception of Kevin McCarthy, because he's simply a shit leader. I don't hate Kevin McCarthy because he's like one of these people that actively wants us to lose. I hate him because he's he's clearly a weak leader for the House. He's weak. He's a bad leader for the House minority. Just straight up bad leader. So he needs to go. Not because I hate him. He could take a back seat somewhere, have somebody else in there who's actually has a dick and balls to lead this fucking party forward. It's necessary. We're about to take back the fucking House in 2022. Okay? 1 year from now, we're taking back the fucking House. Have a pair of balls, you fucking idiots. He's not even competent in terms of like political maneuvering. He sucks. Even if he was pro-Trump, I would still say he sucks as a leader. He does. Simple matter of fact, he sucks as a leader. Romney integrity. I love Romney too. Romney fucking got on his hands and knees and sucked Donald Trump dry while he was running to be a senator. He was sucking Trump's dick incessantly while he was running. And the first thing he did, he gets elected and just stabs Trump in the fucking back. Yeah, real integrity there. Sucked Trump dry while running for office. And then as soon as he wins, stabs him in the fucking back. Wow, real integrity right there. Real fucking integrity. Yeah. Let's see. Here's the guy I talked about earlier, just to have this on screen. Is it John Weaver? Is that his name? John Weaver. John Weaver was doing some, I already talked about this a few times, just soliciting right-wing, like, young guys for sex. He's been doing it since the 80s, and I don't think Karl Rove is lying about this. I think Karl Rove is telling the truth, that this was an open secret for, like, decades. That this guy was an adulterer, philanderer, faggot, in the closet, trying to fuck young men, using his position to fuck men, coercing some of these men to fuck. And one of the people that is included in this is allegedly, according to the reporting, someone who at the time of the solicitation was underage. So to me, it's a question of, is it just so old that he can't get pursued, their charges can't be pursued around this? Because if it's, in certain states, there isn't even, whatever it is, like time doesn't matter. Like there is no, what's it called? What's it called when, you run out of time to pursue a charge? Somebody in the chat shout that out. What is that called? I forget offhand. What is it called where after a certain amount of time, such it is with certain sex charges, that if you don't pursue it within a certain time frame, then you can't pursue the charge after a certain point? It's called something, and I forget. Somebody in the chat shout it out. All you legal niggers in the chat shout it out. Statute of limitations. Thank you. Thank you, chat. See? Smart audience, people. Smart audience. You have all these retards on YouTube, don't know shit. Just boom. Hey, chat, what is this specific legal thing? Boom. Just all these people. Smart audience. Unlike so many that are out there. You know, do you think boomers know this offhand? Hey, what's it called when you can't pursue a certain charge? Boomers are so blue-pilled, they wouldn't know this. Would you boomers? Would the boomers know this? Or would it be my audience? Red-pilled audience that knows this shit. That's all I gotta say. So anyways, yeah, I'm surprised. If the charges are serious, and if people are coming forward, I would like to see this guy charged. If you got people saying that, yeah, this guy was trying to fucking rape me when I was a kid, and eventually we did have sex when I was like 19 or whatever it was, that eventually they did have sex. I mean, if he's... I would say to this guy, if you thought that this was really morally wrong, you should file charges. You should. That's the right thing to do. That's what's necessary. If you want to stop this kind of sexual deviancy and illegality, immorality, you should file charges against these fucking people. Because this was a crime, allegedly. Let's see here. It's a lot of that. What else have we got here? Josh Hawley. Here, I'll switch it up to this. Here's a nice image. I like this image right here. This is a good one. I like this. Some tsundere girl right here. Very smartly dressed tsundere girl. Let's see here. It's mostly... Oh, man, I got some other edgy ones here. I got other edgy images that I could post. I don't know. Some of these are pretty on the line. I got some pretty on the line. Let's see let's listen to Representative Matt Gaetz, because I know some people have their hang-ups with Matt, and I've seen him say some boomer stuff, but it's like he seems to be trying, and I hate, like, I mean, yeah, say whatever, but he's trying, and I don't think it's right to shit on people when they're trying. So let's listen to Matt Gaetz. Let's listen to Matt Gaetz here. Let's make sure it's not too loud.
Concentrated their power, and now they want to be able to reconstitute the Republican Party in their image. My theory of the case, Tucker, is that if we only fight the neocons in Washington, D.C., then they're on their home turf. So I think we need to go out into the country. We need to inspire a positive populism, and we need to stand against these America Last politicians who are a lot like Congress as a whole, owned by foreign interests abroad, special interests at home, and then at times deeply unpopular. I saw a poll that came out yesterday that had Liz Cheney at 10% approval rating with Republicans in her own state. Now, by contrast, Muammar Gaddafi had a 13% approval rating in his final days, and so it's a bit ironic that Liz Cheney is less popular among Republicans than the Arab dictators that she wants to throw out of office.
Great point. That is a great fucking point. Very concise, very well said, very well articulated. You could say whatever you want to about Matt Gaetz, but I think he's effective enough that he's worth, keeping around. This guy knows how to speak. He's better in some ways than Hawley. He's more aggressive than Josh Hawley. And he recognizes weakness. She's weak. And she's unpopular. And we can fuck her. And she's trying to fuck us. So it's a question of who gets fucked first? Is it her or is it us? And so what you do is you seek out the weak people and you start from the ground. You go up and up and you take her out. So I gotta say that, say what you want to about the guy, but he's not dumb. He gets it in some way, and he's right. He has salient points to put forward. So I think that Josh Hawley is one of those people who, obviously he shouldn't be somebody like running for president or some shit in 4 years, or 3 years, but it would be nice to have somebody like him in the House where maybe he becomes House Majority Leader, something like that. He might be a little bit too fresh to do that, but that's something to keep in mind, because I think that he might be good at it. You got to think about stuff like that. Is he the best guy possible? Probably not, but he's decently spoken, and he's right about a lot of things, and he is on our side. He is on our side. He is our guy, so to say. So, it's always good to know who your friends are and who your enemies are. And I'll give you an example of who we can't trust. Here's somebody we can't trust. Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw is a fucking snake. He's a slimery, slippery fucking snake, and we should not trust him. Because Peter Nygaard, is one of these fucking assholes who are one of these active Republicans who want Republicans to lose elections. That's who he is. He is a Republican who wants Republicans to lose elections. Peter Nygaard. From, where is he from? Michigan. Is it Michigan? I thought it was Ohio. I guess it is Michigan because this is Grand Rapids. But this guy is cancer. Peter Nygaard is cancer to the party. This is somebody we have to get rid of. We have to. Not because, I disagree with his ideas, or I'm so bigoted, or I have anti-Semitic beliefs, or any shit like that. It's, I want Republicans to win elections. He wants Republicans to lose elections. That is his position, and that's why he needs to go. ASAP. Get out. Goodbye. Gone. He is nothing but a detriment to our party. Nothing but a detriment. Because he's like every Republican in Georgia wants us to lose elections. Because the plan is scuttle the party, demolish the party, take it back from the ashes. That is what they want to have happen. They realize the base is still in full Trump mode. They want to hurt the party. They want to punish the party. They want us to lose elections, so they got to go. We want to win. They want to lose. It's as simple as that. They got to go. So Dan Crenshaw is somebody who just hasn't turned face yet. He's a Mitt Romney that has not turned entirely yet. He has shown enough of his face that I have a good understanding to not fucking trust him at all. But eventually he will turn, and he will join Mitt Romney, and that will be his position. He will want the Republican Party to lose because he realizes his position is thinning out in the party. He's not a nationalist. He's not an American firster. He is not that. I've not seen anything from him to even imply that. He is a snake. Let's see here. Yeah, it's more shit about Romney and others. Oh, here's a funny article. I think the Daily Caller tweeted this out recently again. Fuck off. Mitt Romney has an 84% approval rating with Utah Democrats. Yes, because they know that he is actively hurting the fucking Republican Party. They're not ever gonna fucking vote for him. They're gonna vote for the Democrat. They want him speaking because they know it's hurting us. That is why they support him. That's why they love him. They adore him. They put him all over the media and all these other people all over the media because it's hurting the party. It is hurting the party. That's why they're promoting these people. That is why. That is the goal. It is to hurt the Republican Party for 2022 and 2024. It is hurting us. So, yeah, I think we've already listened to Nygaard before. I don't really want to promote too much of that. Here, you want another, I'm not one of these Pokemon, Rule 34, is it? Type of people. Here's another one that's on the line. On the line. If I remember something right about Pokemon, very on the line with that image. Let's see if there's anything else. There's not really. There was an article, I don't know if I posted this before, on the Federalist, which I loved. It's like, of all places, the Federalist, it's not National Review. It's not that bad. But I think I remember right, the Federalist is really libertarian, unless I'm forgetting. Like, that's its bias, unless I'm forgetting. But I just love, it's just like, here's a straight-up op-ed from someone there. They just posted this one day. This is from last month, late last month. But there was just like, fuck Mitch McConnell. Fuck him. He's done. He's gone. He sucks. He's terrible. It's basically the entire op-ed is just, you know, Mitch McConnell is shit and he needs to go. And I just love it. It's like, good. Go post this on the Federalist and all these other websites. Good. He does need to go. He sucks. He sucks. He actively worked against Trump. He sucks. He sucks. He lost his own majority through his own actions. It wasn't Trump's fault. It was because of him and other Republicans that they lost, and other things, other issues in those states. Not to get my channel labeled. But I like op-eds like this. It's just like, yeah, he sucks. He needs to go. Like, he didn't do anything for us. He fucked himself over. He fucked us all over. He needs to go. So yeah, I appreciate articles like that. They're fun to read. But yeah. Someone in response to me posting Misty from Pokemon was, "You need God, Louis." Oh, okay. Is that it? Is that what it is? Anyways, I guess we'll get to Super Chats, because I only have articles, I think a couple more articles that I can present. But that's pretty much the gist of what I had to talk about. Oh, that one's pretty on the line. I don't know if I can actually show that one. That's a little bit too on the line. What do we... Oh, that one too. That one's definitely on the line. That one I don't think I can post. What else do I got here? I'll just post this. This is pretty simple. Simple and straightforward. I don't know. I'll keep this girl on screen for a little bit longer because I like this one. Tsundere girls are always nice. I always like it. But I'll get back to the Super Chats because I saw some more rolled in. Ardent Lady Columbia says, Razor Fist, I know, does not like the modern libertarians. While I fall in line with the minarchism and looking into Ayn Rand, which is objectivism, I still recognize the inevitability of a state, as well as acknowledging its use for defense. Libertarians need to work on families. Well, that's the problem. I think that that's pretty much the paradox of libertarians, is that by their very nature, they're very libertine. And I think that's basically mutually exclusive. Like, you have to choose one. You have to choose actual philosophical conservatism based around families, or basically radical enlightenment, philosophical liberalism, which is going to necessarily permit a more libertine attitude. And I just think that with most libertarians, like, if you start saying, like, this is degenerate, this is, unwholesome or whatever else, they're just going to laugh you off. And it's like, well, freedom to be a drug-addicted transvestite degenerates. Like, that's their focus, and they're just uncompromising on it. And I think it's mutually exclusive. Like, the people that argue with me about pot, none of them are conservatives. They're all libertarians. All the people that argue with me about pot, they're all libertarians. And it's like, well, is that really your line in the sand? It's pot and nothing else? Give me a break. You're going to continue from there. And you can't guarantee that the society that we're going to live in is going to be better after you legalize. You can't guarantee that. So you're not being conservative in that way. And I don't think that there's ever I don't think there's a line. I want to hear the libertarian argument for state closure of fucking cabarets that have what is it? Trans kids? Not trans kids. Drag kids. I want to hear the libertarian argument about state raids of and arrests and government separation of parents and children for drag kids. I want to hear that libertarian argument. Like, there's no limiting principle in libertarianism for degeneracy in a society. There just isn't. And that's your problem. You just can't, you don't have that line. Like, you don't have a philosophical argument for that. And I think that that's what has you over the barrel. Like, I just think that you've been fucked over by the ANCAPs and random left-wing faggots that have infested your movement and have destroyed it. The libertarian movement's dead. And I think it's because of that enough libertarians were just like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm out. Fuck this movement. And it's because of shit like that. I think that's the problem. Onion smeared autist, random fucking names tonight. Shit France goes deep. Macron published a report on Algeria that said that crazy violence of the independence war, big deal for the frogs, was the Arabs' fault, and that they deserved all the abuse they got from the army and settlers. When did they grow to spine? I don't know. I mean, I imagine Macron's doing that because he's triangulating. Oops, what did I just mute? I just muted something. Can you hear me? What did I mute? Oh, no. Okay. Now, okay, it should be good. We should be good. We got to get a check in the chat to see if you can hear me. Can you hear me, people? Because I think I might have just muted myself by mistake. And I don't know if it's picking up, actually. I'll wait for the chat to catch up with that. Sorry, I gotta make sure that you guys can hear me, because I don't want to get, oh my god, boomer moment, blah, 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 in the chat. Okay. Sorry about that. I just fucked that up by mistake. Oh, man, you know what I just realized? I fucking muted the microphone on my fucking headset, and I'm not even using it. Oh my fucking god. Such an idiot. Sorry. What a boomer. But yeah, I'm curious to see what France does with this. It might be just triangulation on Macron's part, because he is a slimy fuck. He might be just figuring, like, okay, what plays well? Are people ready to basically go full Christchurch in France? Like, they're about to fucking, like, half the population is about to go full Christchurch because there's been the thousandth church burned down. Like, is that what's going to happen? So I gotta say this, like, to make it seem like we're actually doing something. I mean, I don't trust Macron at all. He is a neoliberal. He is, like, the biggest neoliberal in Europe, the most powerful one outside of, like, Merkel or some shit. But even Merkel has her own problems. But Macron, he is one of the biggest neoliberals out there. So, yeah, I don't know how much I take his word for it that he's actually serious about that kind of statement. Cato the censor says integrity equals playing the court gesture and losing gracefully in the kingdom of Democrats. Yeah, I agree. The fiefdom of the Democrats would be a good way of saying it. I agree with that sentiment, Cato. It's obvious that they're all using the same verbiage, the same words. It is stuff like integrity and whatnot to describe these people or to imply what they actually desire, and it is that it is like the Republicans giving their best conciliatory speeches that they could. It is apologizing on behalf of the right. It is losing elections. Like, that's what it is in its entirety. That is what it is about. And I'm going to take my fucking headset off because there's no point in wearing it because I'm not listening to anything. But yeah, good chat. But yeah, I'm not sure how much left there is for today. All I have really is to complain about libertarians, and I could do that. I'm considering doing a video on that. But yeah, is there anything else in the chat people want to bring up? Anything else you guys got on your mind? Any super chats? Any gibs? Any likes? Gotta like this video. Like this video. Offer a comment. Send in a super chat. What else you guys got? Because I'm pretty much tapped out, at least for what I had saved to talk about outside of the libertarian issue, which I'm debating doing a video on. What else do we got? What else do we got, people? There is that article, that Newsweek article, but I'm not really sure what I want to do with that, because that might get my... Oh, yeah, I forgot. By the way, I got one of my videos banned. I forgot about this. Let me bring this up. Hang on. Where is it? Can I put this in a window? Make sure it doesn't have any kind of information on it that's going to get me in trouble. So here is an email I got from YouTube. Hello, Louis Le Vau. We want to let you know that our team reviewed your content, and we think that it violates our spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy. We know that you may not have realized this as a violation of our policy, so we're not applying a strike to your channel. However, we will remove the following content from YouTube. The video that I did called Coordination and Coronation. Coordination and Coronation. We realize that this may be disappointing news, but it is our job to make sure that what our policy says, content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, errors, or glitches change the outcome of the United States 2020 election is not allowed on YouTube. So yes, another one of my videos has been taken off of YouTube. Another one of my videos. And now that I reminded myself that this happened a few days ago, I will post the link to the to BitChute Discord. I'll link to the BitChute video over on my social media, and especially I'll put like a small paragraph and talk about this because I have done it every time it has happened in the past over Subscribestar. So if you're supported, you support me on Subscribestar, you're gonna get an email from me. I think that's how this works. An email from me where I link you the BitChute video, and you can go watch it if you haven't seen it. But yes, I have had another video removed from fucking YouTube because it violated their policy. The fuck was that? It didn't violate it in a way where they're going to give me a strike, which is what they would do if it did actually violate a policy. If I violate the community standards, I get a strike. But I hint in it that I don't see the election as kosher, so they just straight up take down the fucking video. So that's nice. That's always nice. Always good to know that fucking YouTube is always out there, always monitoring every fucking word that comes out of my fucking mouth, every video I post. And I've lost another video. So F in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm literally saluting as we speak. F in the chat. Salute to another video that I've lost. I'll let me see if I can get some taps here. Let me see. Hopefully this is actually what I'm looking for. Oh, don't. Oh, come on. Why you gotta play with all kinds of shit? I'm just looking for taps. There we go. Let me get up the link again. Salute to the fallen. Alright, that's enough. So yeah, another video taken down by YouTube on my channel. Just another day, another video being fucking taken down. So I'll post. I should have done it days ago, but I had some issues with my car. Now to get that fixed today or yesterday. Take it in and get fixed, and that took fucking forever. So that was my whole yesterday. So yeah, another video down, but hey, what can you do? It's just, it is what it is, and I'll post about it later. I just gotta remind myself to do it. I'll post that. I'll mark that down. Updates on video. All right, I made a note of it, so I'll take care of that once we're done streaming. But we got a few more super chats. Let's see here. Kato was the last one. Ice Fry says, it's only a matter of time until we are deplatformed from real life. And this is a Twitter link, otherwise I wouldn't click it, because I never know what's going to autoplay. I don't want it to be some, like, Hitler song or some shit. Get me fucking destroyed. Renting Airbnbs, hotels, or apartments is about to get a lot more difficult for conservatives. Data companies are starting to sell extremist scores to help companies avoid doing business with Trump supporters. What is your score? Oh, wow. Extremist identifiers based on zip code, registered voter, campaign donor, platform user, hunter safety certificate, firearm training course, firearm registration, participation in the January 6th DC riots, quote-unquote, protests is what I would say. And that is true. Bank of America did do that. I'll look that up. Bank of America, Capital, FBI. That should find it. So you got an article here from the New York Post that says security experts blast Bank of America for helping feds in Capitol riot probe. So what Bank of America did was they basically created a data dragnet where they included features of stipulations of was in the Capitol, was spending money, flew at this time, and they basically just had a dragnet and then just set the metrics and started dragging how many people that they can include. And apparently they already turned over one person to the FBI who has been investigated. The FBI approached them and they were like, I didn't participate, I didn't do anything, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But corporate America is already actively using the data they have access to their customer base to aid the federal bureaucracy in tyrannizing the citizens. And they're already getting false positives where you got fucking FBI agents showing up at people's houses being like, hey, yo, what was your role in the Capitol riots? And like, I didn't do anything. I didn't participate. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's because the fucking corpos are turning over false positives to the federal state. And the federal state's just going with it. is like actively opening investigations into innocent people. So yeah, you're right. So good super chat. I agree that is happening. So let's put aside Tsundere girl, even though I think that is an image that works for me, and let's just go basic female student. Generic female. Let's see here. Hunter says, I recommend the French cartoon Barber, in which the new king of the elephants must free his country from men of yoke and the rhinos. Safari, hashtag Safari 2022. I hope you're doing okay, Louis. Any Yuri manga recommendation? Oh, man, I don't even watch anime. I own, like, 2 pieces of manga, 2 books of manga, and I have not finished them, so I'm not a big manga reader. Burger King Nationalism says, I'm pretty sure that's a Nick Fuentes reference. I always enjoy your streams. Have some Gibbs. Thank you there. Burger King Nationalism. And Andrew says, enjoy the Gibbs. Thank you, Andrew. So I've caught up on the super chats. So to all you non-gibbers in the chat, to all the people who are like, well, I'm not giving you nothing, Louis. You're not giving nothing. I'm not getting nothing. You ain't giving nothing. It's terrible. You better be at least liking this fucking video. Oh, we just got another super chat. Missed that. If you're not gonna fucking give me some Gibbs, then you better like this fucking video, bro. Okay, that's not with my hands. It's not like this. It's fist. I'm fucking slamming my fist in my hand, my palm, and I'm saying you better like this fucking video, you fucking faggot. You fanook. You hear me? You fucking poof. Like this fucking video right now. Let's see if this video gets taken down. If it was on Twitter, it might. Because there's a few words that you're not allowed to get away with on Twitter anymore. You're really rolling the dice and you're using certain language. You can say nigger all you want. You won't get taken down. I know, I speak from experience with that, but you start using some of those other words and ooh boy, man, you are playing with fucking fire. Kato says, one more from me. Liberty is duty, not degeneracy. I agree. It's the more freedom you have, the more responsibility you have, and that's my position. I think it's incumbent on all of us that if we are going to have a free society, we have to have. It delegates to us that we have responsibility. Freedom comes with responsibility, and that we should be inclined to maximize responsibility, that so long as we have a free and nice society, we should be saying the only way we're keeping this freedom, the only way we're keeping this good society is we have to be responsible. We have duties imposed upon us because of this freedom, and we should be acting in that way. So and I don't know if libertarians really feel that way. You start saying, well, you need to do this, you need to do that, and libertarians spaz out. And they're like, no, you can't do anything. I don't have to do anything. You know, I should just be totally atomized and alone and blah, 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 and I decide everything. And it's like, well, that's not really a positive statement. It's a negative statement. There's nothing positive. It's liberty with nothing. It's freedom with nothing. There's nothing really. It's just, in many ways, like, I find libertarians, like, similar to the left in that they just seem to be the only positive thing that they put forward is effectively hedonism. Like, that's the only thing they put forward as a positive. I'm absolutely free, and I'm free to be the biggest, heroin-addicted fucking degenerate possible who lives alone in the woods. It's like, well, I don't see that as anything positive. Most people don't want to be a heroin-addicted fucking faggot who lives in the woods. An atomized individual addicted to heroin who watches some real-life loli that's been legalized, and that you're alone in the woods. Like, that doesn't sound like a good society to live in. You are not free if you are a slave to your own worst indulgences. I agree. I agree with you, Cato. In this country, you are born with a responsibility to preserve the moral fabric in your family and in your community, so liberty can exist. Exactly what I just said. So yes, Cato and I are on exactly the same wavelength about the fact that we do owe something to our community and to our society. It doesn't mean that you have to be a slave or forced labor or anything like that, but it does mean that you don't litter, you put the shopping cart back, you try to take care of things, you don't destroy things, you're not pissing on the streets, you're not shooting up heroin on the streets, you're not acting as a degenerate. You're respecting those around you, and you do. It's like walking onto your neighbor's property. You respect your neighbor's property. If you're going to be on somebody else's property, have a reason. I've had to walk on other people's property because of a package being mailed to my house by mistake, and it was my neighbor, so I walked over to their house, walked up to their driveway, and placed it on their doorstep. Didn't even ring the doorbell. I just figured, well, they'll figure the Amazon person delivered it, so that's all I did. I could have done something evil. I could have opened it up and stolen the package or just thrown in the garbage. Or I've had it happen with mail before where I've delivered the mail and stuff like that. It's about being a good person and going out of your way to just try to do the right thing. Have some semblance of morality where you help others, where you're charitable to others, and you're not an atomized individual. And, that's the thing that I just don't think that the libertarians offer that positive view. They just don't. Like, it isn't legitimate in my view, even if they do offer it, because then it is something that you have to then say someone must do. It is you then saying to someone, you should do this. And libertarians, no, I don't need to do anything. I'm an atomized individual in the woods. No one can tell me anything. And they're libertine. They're naturally libertine in all their policy. So Cato understands, and I'm hoping that many of you understand, of the kind of society that we want to live in. And unfortunately, with the libertarians, it's not that they're wrong about so much things about the economy or the nature of the state, although, they are right about, like, that, deconstructing taxation, what it actually morally implies, and that sort of thing, blah, blah, blah. Yes. I'm sure that there are things, libertarians, that we could all privatize and that the private sector could do, and maybe we could make it more voluntary. We could make it more effective and efficient through privatization. You're probably right about that. So I can make every concession, but the problem is that you total that up, and unfortunately that movement's dead. That ideology's hanging on by a thread, not because of anything I did. I didn't do anything. I just sat here. I never considered myself to be a libertarian. But libertarian basically killed itself. Libertarianism just one day said, you know what? We're going full libertine. I want you to go watch. I want to go watch some IRL Lolian theaters, and I want to shoot up heroin in the process and marry 5 wives. And the people like us were like, no, I think that's probably bad. And then they just basically said, well, if I can't have this, fuck it all. And they basically stuck a revolver in their mouths and blew their brains out as a movement. They killed their own movement because they couldn't be libertine degenerates. They couldn't be anarcho-capitalists and they couldn't be libertine degenerates. So they were like, fuck it all. And they just blew their fucking brains out as a movement. They killed their own movement. And I'm not even joking. Go look at the last election. The libertarians have successfully killed their own fucking movement. Not just the party, the movement itself. They killed it. They did it. And it really should call into question whether that sort of ideology has all the components necessary to run with as a real political movement. And not just an ideological movement, but as a political movement. If it has all the things necessary to be a political movement, effectively. If it killed itself. And, you look at what Gary Johnson managed to accomplish even with all his problems, and it is sizable. It is an accomplishment that he did. 4 years later, the movement's dead. The party's dead. The movement's dead. It's gone. Who did that? Did I do it? Did Trump do it? I don't think he did it. He wasn't a libertarian. He didn't govern as a libertarian. So who did it? Libertarians did. You did it. Libertarians killed your own movement. So, that's pretty much the gist of the argument that I'm going to make if I do a video, which is it's not fit for purpose. Libertarianism is not fit for purpose. It's an ideology that will never transition to being a political movement because it can't, because it doesn't have all the components to actually be a political movement. It is incapable of doing it because of its own ideological possession. It can't ever be a real political movement because of its own problems internally, with its own internal logic. It can't do it. So what utility does that movement then have? None. Zero. There's the video. But again, I'll reiterate, like I will in that video over and over, and as I have, it doesn't mean that every aspect of the actual positions are illegitimate or whatever else. I've already conceded and will continue to concede different positions that they hold to, that they are right about. They've deconstructed the state, deconstructed taxation. Yes, there are serious moral implications, ethical implications. You have to weigh and consider the analogies that are implied, that are hyperbolic, but are ultimately morally true-ish. You have to weigh and consider and are reasonable. They are right in many ways about monopolies in the state and the problems that are incurred through that. And yeah, you look at everything. I mean, Wall Street there's a little turbulence in Wall Street, and what does Wall Street do? They run to the regulators. So, they're making, it's the lockdown, it's Wall Street, they're all making arguments, good arguments about the state. So I'm not discounting any of that. But I'm sorry, it's just you guys got no chance politically because you're in an ideological straitjacket, as I said in the last stream. You just can't do it. You're too ideologically possessed to ever get anywhere, and it's sad, but that's your problem, not mine. I'm not a libertarian. But I'm still the guy that's willing to have you in the room. When the nationalists win, and it's just going to be us coming to you. Once we win, it's going to be us coming to you and be like, all right, buddy. All right, Kemosabe. Are you on our side or aren't you? Which side are you on? Are you with us or are you against us, guys? You need to choose, libertarians. You with us or are you against us? Because I want to have you in the room. I'll stick up for you, and I'll say, we should have the libertarians in the room when we're talking about government policy and especially economic policy. I want to have the libertarians in the room. But what side are you guys on? You got to choose, because it seems like your party's on the side of the left. Seems like your party's made a choice. So with you guys, you got to make a choice. Got to let me know when we win. Anyways, got some super chats here. Good chat by Cato here. Hunter Counts says, "Here's your gib, you beggar. Do you agree with completely eliminating all welfare in the United States? Human relationships are formed from necessity, so if necessity is eliminated from welfare, then it perhaps our culture would be a lot less polarized or degenerate." Yeah, I would say that not all forms of welfare. I guess unemployment insurance would be something that I would keep because of recessions. I would say that it's important that if we have a recession, we don't go full ANCAP. I think that could lead to destabilization. I think if we had no unemployment right now, I think it's the reason to keep kicking it back and to keep adding weeks is because technically I should be out of weeks of unemployment, but I'm still receiving it. I think the reason they keep adding more weeks is because they know that people would get radicalized really quick if they start losing their homes and shit. I think they're afraid of that. So I think that unemployment insurance has a point of existing. But in terms of SNAP, in terms of, which is food stamps, in terms of public housing, welfare, there's other forms of like tax credits for diversity shit, government programs that sponsor diversity shit through businesses. It's called something specific, but there's contracts and other such things that exist they're ultimately gibs to the state. They're contracts to the state that are gibs that companies can pick up, contractors can get, but they're all sectioned off for all these, like, they're gibbers and all this they're minorities and all this shit. So there's a lot of welfare that I would get rid of. There's a lot of fucking welfare. But there is, the big questions are Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, unemployment. those, I think, are the real ones where I would want to hear a debate. I would want to hear a debate. I'm not writing them off and saying, no, we need to keep them no matter what, or no, we need to get rid of them no matter what. I'm saying I want to hear a real debate around keeping, maybe doing something different with Social Security, maybe privatizing one aspect and keeping Medicare, or keeping Social Security and then privatizing Medicaid or Medicare. Like, I just want to hear a good debate and an honest debate from both sides related to those specific topics, and unemployment as well. You can lump that in. But SNAP, public housing, and that includes money going towards assisted housing, and that includes for old people. I don't give a fuck. You know, you boomers, you get what you fucking deserve. So any kind of assisted housing, and anything that's just a basic scam, like public housing and all the contract shit through the state, all that scam shit, that should be gone in a day. But like I said, Social Security and unemployment insurance are the things that I would be questionable of what we can do, because I think that'll be a hard transition. I think those will be a hard transition if we do them. But public housing, that kind of shit, fuck that. Fuck that. Take that away in a day. No transition. Fuck that transition. That's what they'll do. Okay, transition over 10 years, 5 years, that'll probably be the earliest. 5 years transition away from public housing at the best. That's the most ideal that I would imagine happening. But fuck that. Day one. Day one. Evictions day one. Close them down. Privatize day one. That's my view of public housing. It is a fucking scam, and we should end it. And SNAP. I don't give a shit. Oh, the kids, but the kids, but the kids, but the kids, but the kids. Buy those kids a fucking meal yourselves. Start some fucking charities. Start some fucking charities, and if not, have the fucking parents pay for those kids' meals. And if they starve, they fucking starve. It's neglect from the parents. It's not my fiduciary duty, okay? My duty is that of my own kids, my family. All right? My community even. I'll donate to the charity of deadbeat single parents, all right? I'll give that $5 a month or some shit for my area. But all of this is doing is incentivizing the worst. It's just incentivizing neglect from parents. Continued neglect from parents. That's all it's incentivizing. And my position is that we should stop doing that. But yeah, I've seen people in the chat, no, Social Security, blah, blah, blah. We could privatize Social Security, but it is going to be a hard transition. And I don't think anyone honest is saying that that's going to be an easy transition. Because the Bush administration tried to do it when I was young, and it was a fucking disaster. They couldn't even lay out what they were going to do. So it was a disaster then. And that's when all the big brains, all the academics, the swirling minds, the brains in the tank were all in the same room of privatizing Social Security, and they fucked it completely. That was with the intelligentsia backing it. So Social Security is not going to be an easy thing to deal with, because even the smartest people in the room fucked it completely. Cheese says, shit, I just caught this 2 hours in. Biden is going to restrict travel to Florida from the rest of America. Really? By the way, I just finished Grubhub delivery driving, and I avoided all of Coontown, so I didn't get mugged. Niggers can't tip. Wow, disavowed there, Cheese. That's pretty fucking strong. You're delivering some unironic slurs. Wow, disavow Cheese. And his amount was $2.88. So yeah, I guess Grubhub is I guess you deliver food. I think I might have seen one person buying Grubhub when I was at McDonald's before, because they had a sticker on their car. But I don't really know much about Grubhub. It's like an intercity urbanite thing where you're like super fucking lazy and you don't want to walk through your fucking heroin needle infested shithole city. So you're like, I'm going to pay somebody to go get my food for me. But I'm surprised you can make a living on that, Cheese. I'm told that, like, Uber, you don't really make a lot of money or any money doing it, and you deal with shitty people all day that try to scam you and shit. Like, those are all the popular videos on YouTube of Uber drivers, of people trying to scam them and shit. And the company treats you like shit, that too. So you'll have to give me some, at me some insight at being a Grubhubber. Because I really don't know much about it. Here I can tell you this though, that I'm a big tipper. Not big as in stupidly generous. I tip usually if I'm satisfied with the meal and satisfied with the delivery. If it's like a $10 meal, I'll tip you, and you're delivering. And it's unfortunate. I think the restaurant I used to order from all the time is closed. So that's too bad. If things open back up, I'll be sad if they're done forever. Because I really like their food. They had a good selection. It was really simple food, but they made it really well. It was all really fresh ingredients, cooked very neatly, cleanly. Everything was good. A steak there was good. A burger there was good. Mozzarella, anything. Pizza. Everything that you could order from there. It was basically like, pizzeria-style food, but I had different kinds of, like, pasta, chicken, and I've never really ordered that before, but from there, and it was all good. I liked all of it. It was all well done, all very well cooked. They must have had a good chef there. Not that expensive either. Pretty cheap. And I would order there, and every time they give me my food, it got there usually a good time, very short time frame, like anywhere from between 15 minutes to half an hour from placing the order till delivery. And guys show up, just directly hand it to me, and I would give him anywhere from $3 to $5. So it's about like 2-minute drive, $3 to $5 for a $10, maybe a little bit more meal. And I'm not sure what the percentage of that would be. $5 on like a $15 meal. It's pretty good for a 2-minute drive. And when I'm in a restaurant, what I would tip is normally if it's a meal that is fine, I tip 13%. That is my standard tip rate, is 13%. And if you piss me off in some way, slow, you're an uppity person who's trying to be my waiter, you suck as a waiter, you're slow, you ignored me, you fail to give me something, just overall the service sucks, the meal sucks, 10%. That's pretty much as low as I go, is 10% on a meal. So I'll leave it to you in the chat. What do you think, chat? What do you think, chat? Is 13% for an okay meal acceptable? Everything's fine, not great, nothing stand out, just fine, 13%. And if the service is kind of shitty, 10%. I think that that's a fair tip. I think that that's fair. So, what do you guys in the chat think about that? And it doesn't really, somebody with the fucking, what is it, Reservoir Dogs opinion in the chat. I was waiting for the Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Pink of Tip Them Nothing. I don't believe in tipping. Fuck off with your Reservoir Dogs references. I don't know how to calculate 13%. Use your phone, you dumb fuck. Good is 20%. I would never tip 30%. I've never tipped 30%, and I never would tip 30%. 13% is ridiculous, or 30% is ridiculous. 30% is ridiculous. That is that's an absurd tip. I see 20%. 20% seems to be what people are saying on average that they tip. 14.5? 14.53? Is that a reference to something? There's Solomon. 1453. What could that be a fucking reference to? Are you sure it's still just 53, not like 57? I think it's 57. I think we're now at 57. 1457. Oh, no, I'm not even saying that one there, guy with a name I can't pronounce. Not saying that. Yeah, somebody said in the chat, $5 on a $10 meal is 30%. Isn't that like, no, it's not 30%. What are you talking about? $5 on a $10 meal is not 30%. What are you talking about? Trying to confuse me here or something? $6.50? I don't know. $6.50 sounds kind of low. All right. We got another super chat. I might have to go out and buy some food. I'm hungry for some reason. I'm not even sure what I'm hungry for. I didn't have that big of a dinner. And for some reason, I'm still hungry. I'm gluttonous. What do you think is a realistic possibility of the right to vote to those who have some form of skin in the game in a nation if a nationalist Republican Party takes power, whether it be military service or... Well, I don't think military service is possible because you will see the fucking libertarian on our side go fucking ballistic. Libertarians will not be on board for that. They won't go along with it. That'll be very difficult. Our own people will go against us on that. But paying X amount in taxes or owning property, etc. Man, we would have to have 2/3 majority. So I'm not saying it's impossible. Most people would say, lol, that's impossible. No, I do think that is possible, but it would require basically we control the White House with a firm leader. And I mean a leader, not just Trump, and he fucks up 24/7. A Senate that is like balls to the wall, which that would probably be the hardest thing to do, is a balls to the wall Senate. And a House. And the House would probably be the easiest thing to do. 2/3 in the House. I could see that happening. Despite what people have to say about blue states, there's a lot we can do to fuck over the Democrats in their districts. And to get potentially 2/3 in the House. We could do it. But it would require certain compromises here and there, and it would basically be employing sleeper agents, where we would bring in people who would be Republicans, but we would say to them, you don't have to say this to your audience who maybe you're in a purple district, but when push comes to shove, will you back us on the, ownership only act? Will you back us on this like amendment to the Constitution that only property owners can vote? Will you back us on this? And you just have to basically get those people on board. Is that going to be something that takes an incredibly long time and incredible fucking organization? Yes. But the fact is that with the organization, with time, you might write that off as just a meme. It's not. Nothing is a meme. Nothing in politics is a meme. Everything in politics is possible. The most ridiculous thing that you can think of in politics is possible. All that it requires is either the will in the organization or the organization and the money. And if you got all three, you get it done. Put it like that. You got the money, you got the organization, you got the will to do it. It gets fucking done. So, never write that off. For as far-fetched as it is and idealistic as it may be in certain people's minds, it is possible. Because the left have been putting forward some ridiculous shit for an incredibly long time. Where have they wavered? Look at all the ridiculous shit that the left has been putting forward in politics for an incredibly long time. 10 fucking years at least. They have not wavered at fucking all, and they have not given up, and they are still going forward. As ridiculous as it may be for all the things, like they're never going to take away your guns, they're never going to do this, They're never going to do that. You're stupid. You're stupid if you don't think that it's ever just a matter of lack of will. It is a lack of coordination, organization, a lack of actual money to pursue that interest itself. But in terms of all the intersectional shit, they're getting that done as we speak. So don't ever discount the ability for people to achieve political ends, as crazy as they may be, because it's happening right fucking now. So money, organization, will, that is all that is required to get certain things done. All you need is 2/3 majority in the House, the Senate. The Senate's going to be the problem. And the White House, and you got a fucking amendment to the Constitution, and guess what? Then we can have as many fucking beta faggot cocksuckers on the Supreme Court. They don't matter. They don't matter. That's when the courts don't matter anymore. That's when we can bypass the courts with the consent of the governed, and we can shit all over the courts and do whatever the fuck we want. And the first thing that will happen is the White House, the second will be the House, and the third will be the Senate, and the Senate will be the most difficult thing to do. That'll be the hardest fucking thing to do. We're going to have some sleeper agents like Captain America, Hell Hydra kind of shit going on in order to get that shit done. But it's possible. It's possible to do that. No, the White House does matter. The White House, no, fuck 3/4 states. Fuck that. It's Congress. Congress is the way to go. The Senate is going to be the hardest. The states, that's going to be the biggest challenge, because now you're dealing with state houses and local politics. And I mean, it is possible that you can do that, but that can be derailed. It can be derailed. You have to have ratification. It has to go through Congress anyways. Going through the states is not the best idea. Going through Congress is the best idea. States, you can do that too. You can play, you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You can do both. State houses are important, but the federal level and the state level are two different things. And I think that the Republicans still have held their head high in the states except for Georgia. And we could do that, and we're doing fine with that currently. Not good, but fine. But I would say our primary focus needs to be federal. Federal. It needs to be getting rid of all these fucking Republicans that want us to lose national elections. We have to get a good house in order. We have to get a good house. A house that can set the mark for what our policy agenda is. That's where the policy agenda comes from, the national fucking party, the national representatives. That's where all of our talking points come from. So we have to get the House. So yeah, I'm not saying don't go after the state assemblies and state senates and all that shit. I'm not saying don't do it. I am saying do it. But it's very important that we get the House under our control. That is our number one priority. Taking over the party, taking over the House of Representatives. That is essential. Because we then set the policies. We set what the party's after. That's the apparatus. Washington D.C. is the apparatus. We gotta get control. That's what is necessary. Let's see if I got any more waifus to post. What other waifus? Oh, here's a waifu I haven't posted. Got watermelons and tomatoes, and I'm not sure why they're in the pool. Is this to keep them cool? You put the watermelon in the pool to keep it cool, and then you eat it later? I love watermelon. I'll tell you that. I love watermelon. There's plenty of things of healthy food that I love. Cherries, peaches, watermelon. Did I say cherries? Strawberries, oranges. There's all kinds of healthy fruits, especially, that I love. Although, I guess watermelon is a vegetable, but it's like a fruit in that it's delicious. Apples, love apples. Yeah, and you have to question, like we need to in melons. I like melons too. You basically got to scale what I like the most of. Bananas are kind of okay. Bananas go good with certain things, but scaling, what do I love the most of healthy foods, of fruits and vegetables that are good to eat? And I would have to say strawberries would probably be up there. Apples too would have to be up there, because you could put apple in tons of shit. There's a million fucking things you could do with apple that are still healthy and great. You could dry them out. You can make like apple sort of cookies, like oatmeal cookies, but with apple in them and shit like that. I've even made that, like oatmeal cookies with like tons of apple in it, so it's like chunky cookie. They're great and they're good for you. They have low, calories in that, and they're super delicious. I should make those at some point. A Louis Cook video, a Cookcast video, where I make you my own recipe of like chunky oatmeal cookies with apple. Broccoli, I like broccoli too, and that's broccoli with cheese, without cheese. I like broccoli as well. Blueberries, I love blueberries too. Blueberries are good. They're not always. They go good when they're fresh and you just eat them by themselves. With salad, they're kind of I've seen people put blueberries in salad. I'm not really good on that. I don't really like them in that. Fruitcast. Any other fruits that I'm forgetting? Any other fruits that I'm forgetting? Or we fruited out? Green beans, what's green pepper? Green pepper, I love green pepper. I'm trying to remember what green pepper goes with. Is it, what is it? What is it? Green pepper goes with something I'm forgetting. But green pepper is another one that I like. Kiwi. It's been a while since I've had a kiwi, but I think I like kiwis as well. Mangoes, yes. Pears, that's another big one. Raspberry, I like raspberries. Yeah, yep. Pears are good too. I like pears. Peaches, pears, either way, they're good. Pomegranate, yeah. Pomegranates, are those the ones that are a little bit sour? Is that what I'm remembering right? Pomegranates are the sour ones. I don't know. What fruits don't I like? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What would it be? I guess bananas. Bananas I just kind of are okay with me. I don't really know how much I like bananas. Bananas go well with other things. Like, you can put bananas in your cereal. That's good. Bananas in a sundae. They can be good. What else would you do with a banana? I'm not sure. But bananas can be good, but I'm not too keen on bananas by themselves. They're just kind of bland and okay. Yep. All right. Well, I guess that's enough fruit talk. Smoothies. Yeah, like I said, smoothie's a good one. Banana smoothie. Banana smoothie and a banana strawberry smoothie. I've had both, and they've both been good. I forget where I had a really good banana smoothie where it didn't have strawberries in it. It was just banana smoothie. I was at some, like, small ice cream stand somewhere in New York, like, middle of nowhere, New York, and it was the summer, and I was like, a banana smoothie? I guess I'll have one of those. And it was really fucking good. Really fucking good. I don't know if they just made it with a ton of sugar or a lot of milk or something, but it was really good. Pumpkin. Pumpkin's one. I don't think I like pumpkin that much. I've had certain things with pumpkin that are good. Like pumpkin cookies and other such things. But I don't really know if I don't recall if I like pumpkin pie or not. I think I don't. So I don't know if I am a fan of pumpkin. And I guess that's a vegetable, being that it grows out of the ground. So I guess that's a vegetable that people might like that I don't like. What does coconut count as? Is coconut a fruit? Where do we cast coconuts? Not pumpkin's a gourd. Where do we cast pumpkins? I'm curious because I actually don't know offhand. Just, is that a gourd? What would a gourd be counted as? As a vegetable, wouldn't it? Is coconut a nut? What is it? People now people. I'll look this up. I'm gonna look this up because now you people in the chat are getting it confused. A pumpkin is a fruit. Yeah, apparently a pumpkin is a fruit. I actually didn't know that. I always assumed it was a vegetable. So a pumpkin is a fruit and is a... Coconut is a fruit too. Coconut is a fruit. So they're both fruits. Didn't actually know that. It's, according to Google, it's a fruit. I'm just going with what Google's telling me. It says, I saw like a bunch of articles that are all saying the same thing. Yeah, it has seeds, it makes it a fruit. Geth is right in the chat. That's what Google said is what Geth is saying in the chat. Because it has seeds, it's a fruit. So you guys are going to have to argue that out in the chat, but I'm going with Google, and Geth said it in the chat too. Is because of that, it makes it a fruit. I always thought a pumpkin was a vegetable too, but I was wrong. Let's see here. Somebody sent me a meme. Let's see here. The Nibbler sent me a meme. Made you a meme, says the Nibbler. I'm trying to get this on, see if I can see it. Oh yeah, I think you sent me this the other day. Don't move, please. I don't want to shoot you. Actually, this isn't bad. I'll retweet this. This isn't bad. The Nibbler is the name of this guy's comic. Or the Nibber. Nibber, sorry. Not the Nibbler, it's the Nibber. And the comic says, I'll put this on screen. The cop says, don't move, please. I don't want to shoot you. Man, fuck you. And he shoots him, and he goes down, and he says, get on the ground or you will die. And he says, yes, sir. Not exact to the video itself, but still good. But yeah, unironically, that video earlier, I really mean it to say that that's one of the best cops I've ever seen. That's one of the best body cam videos I have ever seen, period. I mean it. So thank you there, Nibber, not Nibbler. I don't know why I was calling you Nibbler, like Futurama. I don't know why I just Googled that. Hunter Count says, now for the real question, do you see it? Oh, I just said this. Oh, sorry. No, this is a different one. Sorry. I'm getting fucked up here. I'm getting fucked up. Hang on. I gotta straighten myself out here. Hunter Counts, he asked me what was realistic, and I answered that, I think, to the most degree. I'm not sure what... It would basically... We'd have to come to some consensus to Hunter. Which it would be. Would it be serving in the military, owning property, paying a certain amount of taxes... In terms of who votes, we would have to debate it. I honestly think we would have to debate this. We'd have to have like a very serious intellectual debate about what is more ethically acceptable for all of us, the most amount of people, and we could basically have a foundation to build on for pushing this in time. I think there is a fucking fire smoke detector in my house that's dying. Thankfully, I got a bunch of batteries. I'm gonna figure out which one it is. If it's the same one in my other room, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, because I replaced the battery in that like every couple months. It might be faulty. Han Pritchard says, on the libertarian question, I find that the less degenerate lolberts tend to be more likely to go full ANCAP. There are some based ANCAPs like Tom Woods and Radical Liberation that could be brought on our side, but anyone in the party is a lost cause. Well, that's what I mean. I'm not really counting on them, Han, at all to really join us, because they just... Like, I've seen people abandon the libertarians because of Trump. I've seen a bunch of people actually abandon the libertarians for Trump. And basically, the nationalists have converted a number of libertarians. Like, there are libertarians that are basically like, fuck it, I'm a nationalist now. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with more libertarians just saying, hey, I want to be a nationalist now. It's like, okay, fine. We'll have you in the room for X, Y, and Z, but you got to understand we're going to have to come up with some actually principled conservative arguments for society, and that's going to have to include the state, and it has to include some amount of social norms that we're going to have to put people under and say, no, this is not acceptable, no, you should not be doing this, and maybe that includes laws. Like, there seems to be a lot of lack of prosecutions around the drag kid shit, and I think there should be. I think that it does violate laws that exist already, that I think that we should pressure prosecutors to go after those people, and that if the laws don't exist, then we should pass the laws to prosecute those people, so that it makes it understood that, I don't care who you are, that you should not be having your kids striptease on a stage before an audience. That is morally unacceptable to me. In my opinion, it is already illegal, and if I don't really care. We should push that to be an issue, and we should make it illegal, and we should prosecute people. And the problem you're going to have is libertarians being like, oh, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't see them championing that shit. It's the conservatives. It's the conservatives that are championing this. The philosophical conservatives that have the biggest problem with it. So, if anyone's going to be delegated to, it's going to have to be delegate to the fucking standpoint of the actual philosophical conservatives of, hey, what do you think about this? And if they say this should be illegal, it should be weighed over that of the libertarians who are like, no, can you actually give me the Vosh argument, the Fat Ian argument of, well, I haven't actually heard a real argument about, against legalizing IRL loli. I haven't heard a real argument against that, and he's not the only one that said that kind of shit. And, that to me is like when that shit is, I said that to my parents during the summer, that there are people actually pursuing that, and they literally could not comprehend it. They literally could not comprehend it. And I said to them, like, you literally have, neither of you understand how close we are to living in Gomorrah. Like, you fundamentally have no concept at all how close we are to living in just like a fallen fucking, and I'd say this as an atheist, like, you have no idea how close we are to living in, like, a fallen fucking society. And it's so awful. It's so black-pilling. And that's where we're going to have to start pulling it back. We're going to have to start, we're basically in the field all together, and we got the plow or whatever, it's called something else behind us, and we're all pulling it forward. It's going to be hard fucking labor. It's going to be back-breaking. It's going to take a while. But that is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to pull what is it? Somebody shouted in the chat. What am I talking about? It's not plow. It's something else that you pull through a field. But whatever that's called, we're going to have to pull that together. And it's going to be back-breaking. It's going to take forever. But it's honest work, and we have to do it. We have to do this. And it's only going to be through a philosophically conservative argument that we're going to be able to do it. It's the only way. There's not going to be any libertarian argument for state restrictions and prohibition on certain actions, or a societal prohibition on certain actions. Even libertarians cannot do that. They cannot do that. Is it just a plow? It might be a tiller. That might be what I'm thinking of, but it might be just it might be a synonym for a plow. But we are going to have to, I guess it is till. You know, we are going to have to pull the till through the field together, and it's going to be backbreaking labor. It's going to take a long time, and it's going to require argumentation that I just don't think that we're used to. The issue is going to be that we're so used to the arguments of freedom and liberty, freedom and liberty, freedom and liberty, freedom and liberty. And the problem is that a conservative argument isn't an argument for freedom and liberty. That isn't the argument of a philosophical conservative of freedom and liberty. It is duty, responsibility, and social norms. You know, it is your society, your family, you as a person. There is a fucking smoke detector somewhere in my house that has a low battery, so I'm going to have to go find that and replace it. Yeah, I'm getting to it. No, I read all your shit there, Hunter Counts. You eliminating welfare, I mentioned that. Restricting the vote, I answered Han and then Nibber. And here's your recent one, which is now for the real question. So this is from Hunter again. Now for the real question. Do you see it possible that a nationalist Republican Party could revoke the right to vote for from women? I think restricting the right to vote to the military and banning women from the military would be a great way. Yeah, see, Hunter, now you're thinking. Now you're cooking with fire here. That is the smart thing to do. Is if we are going to do something, it's for a military service, or, you know, it's one of those smart or cute ways that we ban women from frontline service, but that's who actually counts for who gets the vote. But even with the military, like I said, that is going to be a major uphill battle. I think you would probably be easier off getting property owners or taxpayers. Like, that would probably be the easiest, is taxpayers. But that, man, I couldn't see that happening, of restricting the right to vote in, 50 years. 50 years, I couldn't see it. We would have to be an utterly dominant fucking force, where we would have multiple generations of voters who are like hardline nationalist voters and super conservatives. So, I mean, I could not see getting rid of women's suffrage unless we had, at minimum, 3 full generations of frothing fucking nationalists and very philosophically conservative men. And you'd have to have the consent of women. You would basically have to have the consent of women to say that it is socially acceptable to restrict that right. You would have to have that consent. And I could see that happening. I could see women saying, you know what? We tried feminism. We tried being wine aunts and this sort of thing. We tried pursuing careers, and it was nothing but misery, nothing but suicide statistics and cat moms and wine aunts and all this shit. It is true. I don't think that women's suffrage has been really actually thought through. Women's suffrage went straight into women's liberation, and it just went into women no longer being women anymore. Now men are women. And now they're basically stuck in a rut, a hole of their own creation. Their own ideological movements over time have created a rut that they are now themselves stuck in. The feminists themselves of the previous era are now stuck in a fucking rut that they cannot get out of, and now the state powers in certain countries like the UK are now going after and persecuting the feminists of just a generation ago. And all this is from the advocacy of feminists. They have led themselves to this point. It's not us. It's not even the left wing, really. A major component of how we have ourselves where we are now with LGBT And the feminist movement of it is now has been feminist activism. Damn, man, that fucking smoke detector's getting loud. So the hurdle to get over is basically convincing women that the experimentation of total abandonment of their responsibilities, that it doesn't lead anywhere good, that they don't really have any real choice, that it's just, they hit the age of 20, they get to pretend like they're free, they get a career, or they go to college and get a career, and then they hit the age of 30. And then they basically lie to themselves that they don't need a kid, they don't need to settle down, or they then now say, okay, now I have to try to find a man. And then there's that process, and then, you know, half of them manage it, half of them don't. And then by the age of 40, it is nothing more than mentally ill spinsters. Like, legitimately. By the age of 40, that is who you are dealing with. If they aren't married and have kids by 40, you are dealing with mentally ill spinsters. And they're all fucking mental. Like, they're all fucking suicidal, alcoholic, just, like, schizoid, like, super manic, and, like, if they're not full of rage, they're manic. And I've seen this myself. I'm not even saying this as a joke or to be mean. Like, I feel sorry for these women because they're fucked up. And it's because they've been lied to, and they've bought into this lie to where eventually biology catches up to them. And guess what? They can't have a family. They're not going to get a man. They're not going to have kids. They're not going to have a real life. They've chosen the wrong path in life. They made bad choices, and they are going to die alone. They're going to die alone. And I think that that is one of the worst things. And I think that with men, I think men are a lot more stoic in the ability to do that. I think that we are able to cope with being alone. But with women, I think that they get to an older age, like 40. Usually that's when they start going crazy. And they go into spinster phase. And they just lose it. They lose it entirely. And they're miserable. They're fucking miserable for the remainder of their life. So they have another 40, 50, maybe even 60 years of their life where they are fucking miserable and they die alone. And, I mean, I don't wish that on them. I don't think it's funny. I just think it's fucking sad. And it's based on a lie that for some reason women are just incapable of understanding. I just don't understand how they don't see it. That it's all a lie. That you being a man does not attract men. You being independent and a cunt and having a career is not attractive. It's not attractive. It doesn't lead to a fulfilling life for you. It just doesn't work. I've known women who were rich as shit and had businesses and were head of companies, rich as fuck, multi-millionaires, okay? Married kids. All the examples in my life of rich, successful women who are rich careerists, rich business women who own like 5 businesses and shit, and I've met them and communicated with them and spoke to them at length. Not friends, but acquaintances that I've met over my years. Married, kids. Husband, kids. Maybe not many kids, maybe 1 kid, maybe 2 kids, but married kids. Married kids. That's how they did it. They have it all. They are married, they have kids, and they are rich as fucking shit. Not because of their husbands, but because of them. They are rich as fucking rich as shit, and they are richer than I will ever be in my life, in my wildest dreams. I'd have to win the lottery to be that rich in my lifetime. I never aspire to be that rich. I don't think it's possible for me. And they've done it. But the way that they have all that, in my view, is kids, marriage. They have those things, and that to me is they can then pursue their ambitions. They got the kids, they got the husband, they can pursue their ambitions. So now when their kids are grown, their kids are 14, 15, 16, they can completely become careers. They can invest themselves entirely to be career women and be sole proprietors, entrepreneurs. And they can be wildly successful in such a way that I can never imagine myself being. I can never envision myself being that rich and successful as they are. And they manage it. You know? But, I think that it's about the priorities. And like I say, I don't know any rich women who are spinsters. I don't know them. They exist. I don't know them. I don't know any rich careerist who's a spinster. I know one rich woman through my mother. My mother hates her. I actually know multiple rich women through my mother. The rich women that I know through my mother, one of them is a spinster who is like a fucking retard that my mother stopped being friends with. But she basically spazzed out and became like an uber, like she married somebody. She was like on her third husband and married some super rich guy. And now she hangs out with only rich people. But she spurged out. She became crazy. And she was a spinster. She never had any kids. And the one woman that my mother still knows, who my mother hates, but it's because she worked for her, has several kids. I don't even remember if it's 3 or 4 kids. Several kids. Multi-millionaire, and runs a fucking medium-sized company. So she is worth, she has at minimum $10 million in the fucking bank. Head of a fucking company. A medium-sized firm. Is responsible for, I don't even know, like 400, 500 employees, which is it's not a low number, man. 400, 500 employees, that's a lot of people to be responsible for at the head of a company. And, you know, a lot of responsibilities, but what she started with, what did she start with? She started with the kids, she started with a husband, married to the same guy, raised her kids. Obviously, there's going to be some nannying and some, you know, daycare and that kind of shit. But the fact is that she's happy, successful, lives a very vibrant life, travels everywhere, and spends all kinds of time with her kids. And she has grandkids now and goes, you know, spends money on them. And they have a happy family. Everyone's happy. Kids are happy. Parents are happy. Everyone's happy. So what basically we need to do is convince women that that should be your priorities. Is you can go to college, but the fact is, if you want to lead a successful life, 90% of women, maybe even more than 90%, maybe 95% of women, need to find a man, need to have a kid. You need to do it. Because if you don't, you're going to go fucking crazy. You need to do that. And 40 years old is too fucking late. Even 30 years old is a little bit too late. By the end of your 20s, you should be in a serious relationship. And I know how this sounds, being who I am. But the fact is, that is what it is. There are different rules for men and women. Simple as, different rules for men and women. But for women, you should be in a committed, long-term relationship by the end of your 20s. Doesn't mean you need to be married. Doesn't mean that that's the guy you need to be married. But you should be fucking considering it. You need to be considering that guy, you've been in a long-term relationship, and you're at 29 or some shit, 28, 29. You've been with this guy for 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is. Maybe you step up and propose. Or maybe you introduce the idea. Or maybe you confront it. I would be fine. I'm with a girl for 3 years. She says, Louis, are you ever going to pop the question? Because then I'd be like, I wouldn't even take me 3 years. It wouldn't take me 3 years. I'd be saying that at 2. I'd be sitting down and saying, all right, we need to think about whether this is going to work into a marriage. Because that's the kind of pragmatism that I would come forth in a relationship, especially at this point. I'd just be like, all right, we're 2 years in. We've had 2 good years. We need to start thinking about what marriage would be. Are you interested? You got any kind of hesitation? You got anything that you need to do? You know, cohabitation? What are we thinking about? How is this going to work? But that's my position on women is you need to start getting married in your 20s. It doesn't have to be early. It can be late 20s. But career, fuck your career. Men don't care if you have money. Men care only if you have fucking $400,000 in student loan debt. That's what men care about. They don't want your debt. Men don't give a fuck if you have a career. You know, I don't know why we can't just literally staple that onto the heads of women. So every time they look in the mirror and they paint their face, they can see that etched into their forehead. Men don't care if you're rich. Men don't care if you are a careerist. Men don't care about your career. So if you want a man, that's what you need to be focusing on, is what a man actually wants. And a man doesn't give a fuck about if you have a successful career or not. A man doesn't care. And for some reason, women think that men do. Women think that men care if they have a career. They think this. They think that it's important for them to have a career. And it's like, no, the opposite is true. The opposite is true. A lot of men fantasize whether they can financially do it or not. And I don't think I could, honestly. You know, I don't know if I could have a housewife and a kid or two. I don't know if I could financially support that. It might have to be the case that, you know, I have to have a wife who works. What I'd like to have happen, my ideal is I work full-time, she works part-time, and while she's not working when she's not working, she's raising the kid, taking care of the kid. And, you know, my parents they'll be more than willing to take the grandkid. I'm certain of that. But my fear is exactly what they're going to be teaching them. I can only base that on myself. It's a hard thing to say, but it is what it is. But in any case, yeah. That's the problem with women. It's women coming to terms with their biology and the fact that they've been sold a lie for 100 fucking years. Women have been sold a lie for 100 fucking years, and they still will not listen. They still not like the highest suicide rate on record right now with women. Highest suicide rate on record. And they still don't get it. They're still out there repeating the same fucking things. It's not even feminists. It's just normal women. Normal women are focused about, oh, I need to have a career. Why? Fucking why? Why are you pretending to be men? You aren't happy. My mother thinks this way as well. My mother thinks it's important for her to have a career. She fucking hates it. It's one of the only things she's looking forward to is retiring. She hates it. My entire lifetime has been my mother vetching about her fucking job. As far as I can tell, women hate the workplace. Women hate the corporate environment. My mother, as an example, spent her entire life bitching to me about her fucking job, and it's the only thing she's constantly talking about is, oh, in a year I'm retiring a year. I'm retiring a year. And a year from now I'm retiring. I'm retiring a year. She's like obsessed with it because she hates her fucking job so much. So you could quit now when you can still afford it. You have savings. You have dad. You have a 401k. You have Social Security. You don't need to work. She doesn't even drive a new car. So anyways, we're going to wrap this up because I need to go get some food. But yeah, how long is it going to take, Hunter, to get to women to, overturn the vote? 100 fucking years. That's how long you think it's going to take to overturn the 19th Amendment. 100 fucking years. Because that's how long it's going to take women to fucking understand that men don't care if you have a career, and once you have a career, you're all fucking miserable, and you spend your lifetimes complaining about it. You put off having kids, and then you're fucking miserable. Or you don't have kids, and then you're miserable. Why are you obsessed with going to college and getting a career? For 90% of women, it's not what you actually want in the end. The guest asks, arch libertarian here, only net taxpayers should be allowed to vote. This also excludes government employees. Well, yeah, I wouldn't question you there. Yeah, I think government employees should be. Because so here's the thing, the guest. Government employees are a fucking power block. They act as a power block in a democracy. They've always acted as a power block, even in tyranny. Even when you had emperors, government employees always act as a power block. So I agree with you there that they shouldn't be allowed to vote. I agree. I don't think that we should I don't necessarily think they shouldn't be unionized. I think we should have a prohibition. I would support a constitutional amendment prohibiting public unions. I would agree with that. I know that police unions, they're not completely terrible, and we can use them politically right now, but I would support a constitutional amendment to ban public unions because they act as a power block against the citizens. So fuck public unions and government employees. But I would say that I would be fine, like, a police officer makes $50,000 a year. I would be happy with a cop on the beat being a good cop, like that cop earlier, Super Cop from earlier in the stream. Super Cop, he makes $50,000 a year. I'm happy with him making $50,000 a year. He's got maybe a pension or something, and maybe get a private 401k or something like that. Instead of having a public pension, we have a 401k or something like that. I want them taken care of. I want firefighters to have disability. I want policemen to have disability. Corrections officers, I don't know. Maybe with them they don't get disability because they're fucking fraudulent as shit. But I care about our public servants who are actually risking their lives, cleaning up the trash and risking their lives to be protected. But in terms of the bureaucrats, which is, I think more of what your point is, Geth, they have always been a power block. And I would say that we need to do everything that we can to minimize the power of government employees because they wield it recklessly for their own interests, and it is against the taxpayer, against the citizens. They view themselves as a class separate from the taxpayers, and they wield power against us. So I would go even further than you. I think that we should ban public unions. Maybe you would say this as well, but I think that it's going a little bit further than you. But yeah, in terms of banning them from voting, I would agree with that. I would say that I'd be willing to entertain that. Let's hear it. Get Geth and me and a few other people in a room, and let's have a some kind of like intellectual forum where people argue it out. You have an audience, people argue it out. Argue out the case. I want to hear it. I want to see that. Have a forum where people argue cases like this, and I think that could do a lot of good. So yeah, I'd be willing to entertain this. But taxpayers, I'm a little bit more questionable about, because what happens when there is a recession? That's my thing, because I'm unemployed right now. I've been unemployed for months and months, dude. So under your statutes, I couldn't vote. So, and maybe that's the incentive for me to get a fucking job or get a shitty job so I'm able to vote. And I do it. If the question is, if I couldn't vote because I didn't have a job and I'm not contributing taxes outside of sales, not like income tax, if the question is I basically take a job I know I'll hate or I'm unable to vote, I would get a job. I'll get a job and vote because I think it's my obligation. I don't always vote. There's been a few elections I've stood out and avoided. Not big elections, but small ones where I've not voted because it didn't really matter. It was going to be shit either way. But in all the major elections, I've always voted, even if I've spoiled my ballot like I did in 2016. But I still voted for down ticket. I still voted down ticket. So I would say that, yeah, I would still say if the question was get a shitty job or risk not being able to vote, I'd get a job. Get a shitty job and vote. That's the way I'd see it. I see that as my obligation. I don't know about people in the chat. But I feel it is my obligation that, especially if it was a big election, I would feel a definite moral obligation to participate. I'd feel that duty. I'd feel that to be necessary for me to do. So I just spam resumes, man, until I got a fucking job. I wouldn't even care. Just get a job, whatever. So yeah, no. So I'll reread this super chat because I've kind of fragmented it. Arch libertarian here. Only taxpayers should be allowed to vote. This also excludes government employees, including military and police. There's going to be a fucking one. That's going to be controversial as military. That's going to be controversial. So that's why it needs to be debated. Not excluding military or excluding military from voting, that's going to be very unpopular, dude. No one who gets paid with taxpayer money should be allowed to vote for governments. It's a conflict of interest. I agree with the sentiment, guys. I agree with the sentiment. And yet again, here's another libertarian sentiment where I can agree with you, that it is specifically a conflict of interest. I agree with you. I agree with your perspective on it. Military, I don't even know if I necessarily agree with that. Police included, I don't even know if I necessarily agree with that. But bureaucrats who I would absolutely support not being able to vote. Because they're the ones that wield power like fucking pieces of shit. But military and police, man, dude, you got a real uphill battle for that argument. But I do agree that it is a conflict of interest, even including military and police. I agree that it is a conflict of interest. But I would say, being that especially if there's a war going on, you could see some real problems if the draft came back where they're unable to vote. That would be fucking abysmal. That would be bad. Conscripted army who can't even vote, that'd be fucked up, dude. And I would say that if you're willing to fight for this country, you should be able to vote so long as you're a fucking citizen. I don't care anymore if you are an illegal who somehow managed to get into the military. I don't care. Deport tomorrow and your family. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Deport them all. That's one of the things. I've seen people say that if you serve in the military, you should be given citizenship. I disagree. I don't care at all. You can go fight. You can go bleed. You can go sweat. You could go die. I don't give a shit. You're a fucking foreign national. You're a fucking mercenary. If you die over there, you should be put in a pine box and dumped over the side of the fucking border. You're a fucking mercenary. So, no hesitation, no deviation on that point. But if you are a U.S. citizen, if you are a Native American, and you fight for your country, I do think you should be allowed to vote, because I think that's only fair that you're able to vote in your own country as you serve. I just question whether that would be a level of unfairness that would be too demoralizing. It would be too demoralizing in a volunteer force. I question whether it's not even the pragmatic thing. It's just for the sake of the duty of the soldier. Like, I question if that would be a fair thing to do. So I do agree that it is in spirit a conflict of interest. But because you are being paid by taxpayers, I agree. But for those specific jobs, I question. We want the police to be invested in their community, and that includes voting, participation in the election. So, I don't know. The bureaucrats I'm all on board with, but with police and military, I don't know, man. You're gonna have to. I'll let people argue it out, but I don't know if I'm on board with that. But I agree with the sentiment, though, with what your argumentation is. So yeah, I was just checking chat really quick just to see what people say. It seems like people don't really, I figured that would be very controversial. I don't really see, much, it seems like people aren't very animated by what people, what that super chat. I'm surprised people aren't more animated about it. I figured that'd be very controversial. But yeah, the only dictate that I have to say is the fact that mercenaries fighting in our military should never, under any circumstance, be given citizenship. Even if they die, deport them. Deport them and their families. They're a mercenary. That is what they are. They're fighting for something. That is a mercenary. Fuck them. So that was the guess. And next is Hunter Count says, thanks for reading my 3 super chats. My last question is and thank you for the super chats there, Hunter. Very generous tonight. Thank you. My last question is, the country degrade to the point where civil war is inevitable, how likely is it that a party that reflects our interests would end up on top? It really depends on a few things. It would be a jumble, and that's why I'm not on board with the, like, no political solution shit. That is, like, you would see the state turn against us in a really, really bad fashion. And the problem is the NPCs would go with it. I would say the bulk of this country would not be on our side. We would be the minority. So it's why I'm not in favor of, like, that sort of shit. Like, we would be out there with nothing but our dicks in our hands, and the majority would be on the side of the powers that be. They would just be endlessly propagandized to, and they believe the propaganda. So I'm not in favor of that, because civil war, where we're instigating it or something like that, we stand a very high chance of losing, because we'll get rubbed out by the state, we'll get Waco'd, and the NPCs will just continue, you know? It is possible that we would come up on top, that a party that reflects our interests would come up on top, but it would be a very, very bloody conflict, because I think the powers that be would play chicken. I don't think they'd give up. I think they'd play the bluff, because I've said this before, and I've had people blow it off, but the fact is that if there ever was a very real civil conflict, and it was a real battle, and we ever did win, these people would just leave the country. They would just say, we're political refugees, and they leave the fucking country, and they go to Europe. They go to Europe. That's where they go. They would just leave the country, and they go to Europe. And that's not even addressing the balkanization issue of what would happen with, like, a country, or a state like, I don't even know, like, I guess just California is the go-to example. But what do you do with California? What happens with California? California, Oregon, Wisconsin would basically become its own group. They become their own, like, left-wing pocket, because they're so dominant with those politics already. And what could we do other than occupy them? We'd have to have a permanent occupation of those states. I don't even think New York would be that bad, because New York would just be New York City. We just have soldiers in the streets in New York City. You wouldn't need anything for upstate New York, practically. Maybe some guardsmen in Rochester, Syracuse, and Buffalo, but even Buffalo, I think, would roll over. I don't even think Buffalo would be that big a deal. Rochester and Syracuse might have a bigger problem. But your main problem in a state like New York, despite how blue it is it's not even Albany. It would just be fucking New York City. And that's one city. One city. It wouldn't be that difficult to hold. You know, all the apparatus is already there. You just need to pick up the keys and put them in yourself, and now you control the apparatus that's there. So New York State, if it ever came to violence and we won, we could occupy the state fairly easily. New York State is not a state that I'm worried about. California, Oregon, Wisconsin, Washington, rather. Those are states that I'd be concerned about, because there's a lot more control in those states from the blue. And how we would actually win with all the NPCs. So, yeah, but yeah, like, the thing is, too, is one of the questions that people ask, and I think Carl Sargon even asked me this, of, like, well, what happens when you deal with all the foreigners who've came here, who have U.S. citizenship, who are against you? And it's like, what did you do? Oh, yeah, you revoked citizenship. Well, being that that's under English law, that is also part of our law, naturally. If they can do it, we can do it. Nothing says, as far as I can tell, that you can't revoke citizenship. So, when it comes to any foreigners, especially the kind that are of the Islam persuasion, or others, if there's any problems with them, people like, what's her name? The congressional woman. Whatever her name is. I forget her name. Ilhan Omar. Just revoke her citizenship. If we have power, that's all it needs to be. She's an activist for the other side. She's a dangerous person. She's an Islamist. Revoked. Bye. Get out. And you don't have to... The dumb move with that is to do it all at once. Just do it over time. space it out over 20 years, and you can do it. Because when you're in charge, that's it. You control what's done. You don't need to do anything violent. You don't need to do anything crazy. You don't need to do anything that's going to get the video taken down from YouTube. I'm not advocating that, and I never would, because it's not necessary. It's not necessary to do anything that would be arguably genocidal. You don't need to ever do anything like that. It's never something that you need to do. It's never necessary. There's always options to take to get rid of people that are legitimately dangerous people. It's not just people that are radicalized or indoctrinated. You can have processes by which you can deprogram them over time, or you let them exist, balkanize, and just basically breed them out. They're not having kids. Our side is go through generations, but the issue is you get rid of the sources of indoctrination like universities, media, news media, all the places that people get indoctrinated to the left. You cut all them out. And then you've just eliminated one of the primary sources of people switching from normal to crazy radicalized leftists. And you just breed them out. You just go 2 generations and they're gone. They're done. They've reduced numbers and we'll have more people. And that's it. Then it's our country permanently. But if you don't want to wait that long, make it 20 years and just find people in the country that are problems and just implement the necessary processes to get rid of them. And by which I mean deportation. If they're not willing to change, if they're not willing to compromise, if they're not willing to live with us, I'm willing to live with them. Are they willing to live with us? If they're not willing to live with us, then they gotta fucking go. Because I'm against violence. I'm against civil strife. I'm in favor of civil harmony. That's what I want. I want civil harmony. I want us to live in a monoculture society where we all like each other. It's one big suburb. That's how I describe my vision of America, what I want America to be. One big suburb where we don't all love each other and it's not like Leave It to Beaver, but we all tolerate each other and we're all willing to deal with one another. We all think the best of each other. We're all charitable to each other. We all, if we see some garbage in the street, we pick it up. We see a piece of garbage in our neighbor's yard, we pick it up, throw it in the garbage. We don't litter. We wave. We be polite to people. There's a variety of things that even on a day-to-day basis I experience in my area where it's just people generally being good to one another. That's what it's like to live in a suburb like mine. People are just generally nice and generally good to each other. And that's what I want. But the fact is that there's a lot of people that aren't willing to live. And there's people in my own neighborhood, if they knew my politics, they call me a fucking Nazi. Their kids might egg my fucking house or some shit. Because people in my neighborhood put up some Trump signs and some fucking rat kids ripped them down. Probably because their parents indoctrinated them. So, if it comes down to we're dealing with the side that is not willing to live with us, then that side needs to go. If they're not willing to change, then they need to go. And there's many measures by which that we can accomplish that without violence. And I'm very confident of that. I'm very confident that that can be achieved. But it's just a matter of, we have to coalesce to some extent to agree that there is a problem, because we still have people on our own side that claim there isn't a problem, and that we have to get the people who are spurging out saying, oh, no political solution. We need them to calm the fuck down and get back on our side and say, no, obviously there is a political solution, because there is, despite what you might think, and that your solution is no solution and it isn't morally justified. What is morally justified is to continue going through the process for as long as we can, because there is a process by which rules can be bent. You're saying throw out the rule book, break all the rules. No, I'm saying bend the rules. Bend the rules and take power. And it is possible. And the fact is that with the situation as it is, with our problems as it is, what are our features, what are our pros and cons for each side? The left wing are not having kids. The left wing overwhelmingly, Overwhelmingly, left-wing women, I saw some poll, it was ridiculous. Overwhelmingly, left-wing women do not have kids. The only ones that they can break down that do are black single moms. And congratulations, they're about as leftist as your average welfare recipient. They're just getting the gibs and they don't give a fuck about anything else. They're not political, really. All right? But in terms of your non-black Democrats, left-wing women, a huge percentage of them do not have kids. So you've just cut that off at one generation. That is one generation. Because more women than men are left-wing, and those women are not having kids. That's one generation. So how do you have more than one generation, as we've seen? Academia, media, news media, government. You have all of these institutions that are propping up this policy. And what you need to do is take power and attack the media, dismantle the media, bankrupt the media, go after the media itself, Hollywood, fiction, go after it, attack it, bankrupt where you can, create boycotts and blacklists and all these things to bankrupt these people, to prevent it from continuing, to crowdfund and reward with money companies that support our interests and our alignment and our people that are on our side, reward them so that they're more successful than they do well, and then not do in a partisan fashion, like promote people who are all but basically in name on our side. Like you have Todd Phillips complaining about woke culture, Jerry Seinfeld complaining about woke culture, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who is an all but in name on our side. You support these people, you promote these people, and you coax them, not, in a blunt fashion or obnoxious fashion, but in a way of like, hey, Elon, you're on our side. I want Elon Musk on our side. Elon Musk needs to come speak at our right-wing event. Elon Musk, he should host an event. Elon Musk should host a PAC. He should create a PAC for our people. Elon Musk should do this. You invite, open the hand, have the hand open, invite, not obnoxious, not demand, just say, come on our side, come on Elon Musk, because in everything but a name, he is on our side, and he is the richest man in the fucking world. So, attack the media, attack the news media, attack especially academia, attack the government. You attack all the sources of left-wing indoctrination, radicalization, and you have just ended it at one generation. If you are trying to find all this left-wing bullshit to radicalize yourself because no one can teach you, no one can propagandize to you, you can't find it, and it's just basically you have to radicalize yourself because you can't find it anywhere and it's been shut out of society and everyone demonizes you as a terrorist because the government regards you as a terrorist, you can't teach it, you can't promote it, you can't put it in a movie. It's everywhere that you can't disseminate this information and all these people are basically out, gone, blacklisted. Then it stops at one generation. That's how you solve the problem. And you can solve that problem within a generation. You can solve that problem within 50 years. I am very confident that within 50 years, we could gut the fucking left. We could gut them, take out all the institutions by which they hold power, because many of them are already weak. News media is weak. The media, the fiction is weak. Academia is strong because they have the public dollar behind them, but we can use that. We can use that. We can take control of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, whatever it is that gives out federal loans. We don't even have to privatize them. We take control of federal loans. We prevent any, like if you want federal loans at a private or a public institution, let's just say it like this. Let me restart. A good way for us to cripple academia and left-wing indoctrination and propaganda and their ability to control academia and use that as a mechanism for political power and to create recruits, which to me is one of the primary sources of recruits for the left wing, is academia, universities. You take control of federal loans and you prohibit any use of federal funding, any federal loans for any universities that teach left-wing bullshit. Phrase it however you want. Any left-wing bullshit, race bullshit, left-wing general bullshit, Marxist bullshit, however you want to describe it, intersectional bullshit, postmodern bullshit, any university that teaches this shit the students cannot get federal funding. They can't get federal loans. Excuse me, I had a tickle in my throat. I had to drink some water. That is a way for us to utilize the power of the state, to utilize the system that is already in place. Because if you're on academic probation at certain universities, the universities won't accept federal funds, and you can have difficulties getting federal funds if you're on academic probation. So if they can limit funds that way, we can limit funds using material. So we can diagnose what is the prohibited material that we don't want to fund, and we can utilize the funding through the state to prevent all federal loans from being utilized at universities that have those programs. We do that, and that's the end of the universities. That is the end. That is one move, ladies and gentlemen. That is one move that we can make, and it will cripple the university system in this country nationwide. It'll cripple it. So that's one thing that we could do. It's going to require control of Congress for us to do that, from my understanding of it. We'll have to control Congress to do that. But we won't need the White House for that, I believe, if I understand it correctly. But if we do that, we don't want it to get rid of the system. We don't really have to change the system. We just need to prescribe what the money can be used for, what taxpayer dollars can be used for. And if a university's teaching a bunch of racist shit that we prescribe and prohibit, that then means that we just eliminated every fucking university in the country. We just eliminate every university in the country for qualification. And what do you think is going to happen? Either the university goes under, or the university adapts to what we demand, to what is necessary as a prerequisite to get that funding. We eliminate all these different courses and all these different professors, and all we have left are all the fucking places that matter. We're not going to get rid of all of them in one swoop, but hey, that's one move. And I got other ideas. I got other ideas for where to go from there. But we get rid of all the worst segments of these universities. We strip them of all this power and money that they've had. And that is a silver bullet. That is a coup de grace. That is something that we could, there are things they could do, but if it is something that we force through, that they have no alternative but to accept, and that literally students are sitting there literally unable to get funding, unable to get loans because of their what they're electing to go for, or what the university carries itself. Well, like, depending on how we want to do it, we should do both. In that we're not going to give money to universities that teach this, and we're not going to offer you money if you're going for this degree. Like, you're going for a women's studies degree, we're not giving you any money. We're not financially backing you. You're not getting any. You can go take out your own loan somewhere else, but you're not getting any loans, and that university isn't getting any loans. So if you want to go get a degree in engineering at UB, but UB has a race studies program, we're not giving you any money. You can't go get an engineering degree there, so go to Buff State. Let's say Buff State teaches whatever engineering or something, business administrative or management, whatever, and you want to get a degree, there instead, because they don't cover these courses that are prohibited. So that is one of the things that we could do. Anyways, I need to go. I need to go get food. I'm talking too long. How much, the end of the Hunter's question is, how much in the military would side with us? I don't know. I would say probably a third. A third of the military would side with us. I think there's a lot of people that are part of police, that are federal agents, that are in the military, that are basically on our side, but they're fucking stupid and they just follow orders to the end. If you order them to put a bullet in their head, they do it. Those people exist, and they vote the same way I do, largely, but when it came to any kind of fight, they would, in a real fight in civil society, or in a civil structure, I mean, the fight in that way, we could not depend on them at all. So I would say about a third of police, third of military. The rest would be against us. Calajandro says, "Hey Louis, I'm a professional firefighter in the IAFF, which that is a name that I know, but I can't remember what it stands for. Oh, International Association of Firefighters. No shit. Big union with 300,000 firefighters in it. I knew that, but I was like, wait a minute, IAFF. Anyway, our union endorsed Biden, and many firefighters are heated about it over the defund the police shit from the Dems because we work alongside police all the time. Yeah, I don't blame you. I know a bunch of police that are really pissed off because of certain police unions and policies of big cities and that. With a firefighting brigade, I guess, I'm not really sure what you can do because the national organizations are fucking worthless. They're counterproductive. Like, they actively work against your interests. It's so true of the labor unions. They actively... The fucking AFL-CIO just put 10,000 working men out of work. Like, how the fuck can this fucking cocksucker Trumpka rationalize the fact that his union endorsed the guy and actively supported through all this money a guy that on, like, basically day one put 10,000 working men out of work during a fucking recession? How the fuck? For green jobs that don't even exist, when windmills and fucking, whatever, solar bullshit is a scam. It's nothing but a scam. They put up all these fucking stupid-ass windmills all over New York, and they don't mean shit. Half the fucking energy in the state just comes from natural gas, or fucking, I don't even know if there's still any coal plants left, but it's all natural gas, and I think there's some oil, too. Like, everything's natural gas and oil. Jack shit is being produced by solar panels and these fucking windmills that are everywhere now. They don't produce shit. So, my fucking smoke detector's going crazy in the other room. So yeah, I feel you, bro, but there's not much I can offer for a big union. Big unions are cancer. They're counterproductive for their own members. I don't know what you can do other than, like, get more and more involved in the union and basically organize to basically either threaten to unseat the president of the national union or basically stay in the union long enough to where you can actively run for the national union. Like, your only choice in the national union is basically organize or organize. Like, that's really your only choice in the union. I know firefighters that don't really give a shit. They just do it because they like it. And then I know firefighters that are invested in the union. Like, the same thing goes for electricians. I know electricians that are just electricians because they make a lot of fucking money some of the time. And I know electricians that are really, really invested in their unions. So it's pretty much up to you and what your prerogative is. And the younger you are, I would caution you more against getting super involved in your unions right away. Because unless you have a kid and a wife and kids under your belt, I wouldn't do it. Because you're going to get discriminated against for that. I know that for a fact. Union guys will discriminate against you if you don't have a wife and kids. I know that for a fact. They view you like a fucking faggot, like you're in the closet. Like, even if you're out there getting a bunch of pussy, like you're a womanizer, they'll still dislike you for that too. So get a wife and kids before you do anything in a union. Anyway, our union endorsed Biden. Many of you, Peter. Okay, yeah. So thanks for the super chat. I understand where you're coming from and hope the best for you in the future. Nathan says, we should castrate the bureaucrats and any future bureaucrats as well as take away their children. Then when they retire, we send them to a shit log cabin. That sounds like more of a joke there, Nathan, than anything. But, I mean, I figured bureaucrats, in order to become a bureaucrat, you do become a eunuch. I thought that's what happens. So I'm not really sure I understand your point there, Nathan. I thought bureaucrats naturally, as a part of being a bureaucrat, were eunuchs. So you're going to have to help me out there. I'm not sure I understand. The guest says, the military isn't just the grunts, it's also the careerist generals and fat Air Force chicks that sit in the office in Fort Meade. Perhaps we can distinguish frontline combat from the rest. After 2020, police can go to hell for all I care. Yeah, I would say after 2020, the reputation of the police really fucking took a beating. Because, man, there was some bad footage of police clubbing the shit out of Trump supporters and letting the fucking anarchists and Antifa, Black Lives Matter people literally, like, run across the street when, like, just watching, like, the Trump supporters march, and the Trump supporters got their asses beat, and the police just fucking stood there. So I gotta say that 2020 was not a good year for police. I understand that, like earlier, like, I'm talking about Super Cop and all that, you know, but the problem is the police gotta decide. The police gotta fucking decide who they're on the side of. Are they on the side of civil society, or are they on the side of terrorists? And that of the bureaucrats ordering them to let this happen. You know, I just gotta say that the police need to figure out their fucking priorities. Is it, I got kids and I got to keep this job and fuck everybody else? Or is it, are they gonna stand up for the law-abiding people that are just trying to live in a decent society and aren't looking to fight police and aren't looking to fight people that do want to participate in the republic, believe in the republic, believe in police and policing? They gotta fucking decide whose side they're on. And I mean that. Police got to. You know? It's frustrating. 2020 was a bad year for police, and it's their own fault. Their own fucking fault. Hunter says, I know I said that would be the last super chat, but I just thought of another. With regards to the swamp, how much of the problem would be fixed by the president simply walking into the Pentagon and firing everyone? You couldn't do that. You could do that in certain positions, because the other thing is too there, Hunter, the thing you always have to consider is the power structures that exist, and can they be utilized to your end? Can we utilize X system to our end? Like I just said earlier about the federal loans for universities. We could use that to our interests. We could use that so that we cripple the universities and then 10 years privatize the loans. So here's the thing. Most of us agree, ideologically, we want the student loans to be privatized. We don't want any debt forgiveness. We want to privatize the student loans. Most of us ideologically agree with that position. However, politically, in a realistic fashion, what we should do is if we can't get the position to do what we want to do to cripple the universities, what we should do instead is privatize the loans, because we can't gain control of the structure. So let's vote to privatize the loans, because the fact is that ideologically that's what we agree that we want to do. However, if we have the power, we take over Freddie Mae or whatever it's called now, and then we hold the money. We have the money. We can delegate and say where it goes. We get to distinguish what the distribution is. We determine that. And then we may have to put on hold privatizing student loans, but we only have to put that on hold for 10 years. Because in 10 years, we'll have crippled a major source of our opposition, where we're a power base that they control. A power base is a major recruitment center for them. It is a major power base for them. And it is the bedrock of total ideological insanity. Everything that we're against. Anti-white, anti-American, anti-Western, anti-everything. Anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, all of it. Everything that we are and that they aren't, it is something that we can cripple using that power. So it isn't that we don't do what we all agree is ideologically the right thing to do. It's that we delay that to do the smart thing, which is to cripple our enemies who hate us and want us all dead and are evil. They are evil. These are evil people. This is an evil system. These are evil ideologies and evil beliefs. And I say that without equivocation. Because what would you even equate it to? What would you equate to these evil ideologies? These are the worst ideologies that humanity has ever known. So, when it comes to it, there are things that we can do that we should be careful of. We should be careful about the stupid politics of, well, I'm going to get into power, I'm going to eliminate this department, I'm going to eliminate that department, I'm going to privatize this, I'm going to do that. It's get into power and then think, what can we do with this system? What can we do with this program? What can we do with this committee? What can we do with this agency? What can we do with this? What can we do? And if the answer is, we can't do anything with this, then get rid of it. Because maybe it is the FBI. The FBI we can't salvage. So we just take all the things that the FBI is responsible for, we investigate other agencies that do similar work across states, and we figure out which one is the least corrupt and is the most neutral or is still sticking to the playbook of what they should be doing, and we give all of those departments and all those responsibilities to those different agencies so that now this agency is doing this, that agency is doing that. And if we can't find that, then we create a new agency. We create a new agency and we just start over again. And we put the right people in charge of that agency. We get rid of the FBI. We fire fucking everybody. And then we have a strict and stringent vetting process for that new agency that we just created. Obviously, you can't fire the FBI first. You have to start that agency first and then shift the caseload over to them, then get rid of the FBI. It's about thinking through exactly what we can do with what we have. And if we can't do something with what we have now, then you get rid of it. Because if it's not serving your interests, whose interest is it then serving? Is it neutral? Well, that sounds like that's quite a fucking system in this status quo. Neutral. What is it? What the fuck is it? Where is it? What? Who's there? What power does it actually have if it is neutral at this point? So that's the question you need to ask. Whose interest does it serve? And if it isn't us, what can be done about that? And if there's nothing that can be done, then you get rid of it. And then you go from there. So, not a wrong position you have to take. I think the Pentagon is one of those places that needs some major reform that we could just start over with. But you can't just get rid of it day one because it has too many critical, functions to it. It is too much utility still, so we can't just walk in and fire everyone. It's impossible right now. Destin says, how likely do you think we are to getting out of this decade on top? We still don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. I see light at the tunnel. I've already said that in previous streams. I see light at the tunnel where we can do it. It's all about the GOP. If we get our grip on the party, like if we win big in the House where everyone that's coming into the House in 2022 is all Trumpers. They're all crazy Trumpers. They're all frothing at the mouth. I'm pro-Trump. America first. Fuck it all. Like if they're screaming at the top of their lungs on the floor of the House, hail Trump. Hail victory. Fuck you all. Like if they're crazy radical pro-Trump supporters, then that is a major, major win. Because if we get control over one of the major parties, we have basically set the path forward. It's a major fucking step in that down that path to victory, to real victory, not Tim Pool, doomer bullshit and any others. There's no political solution, blackpilling faggotry that I see. None of that shit, but real politic, real solutions, real kind of positive victory where we are winning elections, gaining ground, having all kinds of forums and conferences and parties and fun and marches and events and protests and all kinds of positive, good shit. All kinds of positive shit that we'll all enjoy, that we'll all want to be included in. It'll be great shit. And it will spur on a movement that will bring more and more people in, no matter what the media says. And I think that is where, in 10 years, we could win. In 10 years, we could win. You know, there's a lot riding in 2022 and 2024 especially. 2024 is bigger. That's going to be really, really questionable about what track we're on. But the fact is that I still see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I would say don't listen to any of the black pillars or doomers or any fucking faggots. Because way too preemptive the way things are going right now. Because there's still a lot going on. There's still a lot going on. Anyways, so thank you there, Hunter, for the last one. That was Destin for $75. Big super chat from Destin. Shout out to Destin if he's still around. Thank you for that big super chat and all the super chats tonight. Doing good tonight. So yeah, great question by Destin, and I would say keep the faith, Destin. Push the like button, Destin. Shout out in the chat for Destin, and hit that like button, Destin. I appreciate the super chat, but also give this video a like. I know this is, you know, what is it, a gift horse, however it's said? Beggars can't be choosers, or no, the gift horse, I guess, is, I would say, or I guess beggars can't be choosers as well, also applies, but, metaphors. But yeah, push that motherfucking like button, Destin. I really appreciate it too, but also $70 is nice too. Big super chats I always like. Evangelist says for $10, knee. And I think that's it. I want to make absolutely sure that there's no other super chats before I wrap this up, because I don't want to cut anybody off. Not read that. But it's looking like that's it for tonight. I went half an hour longer than I really wanted to. But I'm still going to go out probably and get something to eat. But thank you, everyone, tonight for your participation. I think we had a good stream. Started out really big, and then it really, like, we dropped down to, like, 600 people for a while, and we're still at 500. So I'm not sure what happened, why we started off so big, and it dropped. Right as I started watching that cop video, it was... I don't know what happened there. But in any case, it seemed like it was a good stream tonight, and I hope you guys had yourselves some fun and enjoyed it. I appreciate the support that we got tonight. I haven't checked the video to see if we got over 1K. I kind of doubt we did, because I don't think we had the viewership to get over 1K. But I'll check that. 700. It's not bad. Not what we're looking for. We're looking for 1,000. We're looking for... Maybe I'll get that when people come up later and they watch it later because they're working or they're sleeping or eating or whatever they're doing. But we'll see if we can get over 1,000 later. But 700 is not bad. 700 is not bad for a viewership averaging at around 500. You know, not bad. But I'd like to shout out everyone who supported me tonight with the super chats, the donations through Streamlabs. Good support tonight. A lot of good questions. A lot of good questions tonight. And I always appreciate good questions that carries the stream forward that I can answer. Some big super chats as well, and some generous people, which I also appreciate. Apologize for the noise if you can hear that smoke detector in the background. I'll take care of that. Didn't hear it earlier because I had my headset on, but I apologize for that. But thank you for the super chatters, and thank you for the chat tonight. And before you go, I'll just ask one last time that you give this video a like, because I want to get over 1,000. Every time one of these videos get over 1,000, it does my channel some good. And before I'll end the stream, I'll say, head on over to Twitter, follow me there, follow me on Gab, follow me on Facebook. Go subscribe to me on Subscribestar and support my channel directly. And it's the best way to... You know, keep an eye on. You can DM me there, and I answer all the DMs there on Subscribestar. So if you want to get a hold of me directly and all of that, subscribe to me on Subscribestar, and you can have a good idea of what's going on And if you need to ask me a question, you can ask me a question, and I can get back to you. And you can help support the channel. And it helps me out financially when I am in not a great financial position currently. Not terrible, but not great either. But yeah, support me there. And if you're out of work and you can't, then don't. And just subscribe to my channel and follow me on social media that. Because if we're broke together, then it is what it is. But thanks, everybody, for watching tonight. And you'll hear from me most likely in the near future.